selection panel that is for the Kericho County Public Service Board. I don't know whether have you been nominated to be the chairperson or a member? Sergeant Adam, at the mic, please. Mic not working. Oh yeah, is it working? Oh yes, yes, Rose. Are you nominated to be the chairperson or a member?
I think I'm being nominated as a member.
As a member?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just inform you that you, as per the County Government Act, okay. Is it Section 58A? Because you represent non-public, you should automatically be the chairperson. So that is according to the Act. Is that the case, Sharon? Is County Government Section 44. A representative from the non-public automatically should be the chairperson. Okay. I hope the executive are aware about it. So if they are not aware, you need to guide them accordingly. Please note that so that you include it in the report. And therefore, Rose, should you be approved by this House, let me just inform you that you shall be the chairperson of the selection panel for the recruitment of the Kericho County Public Service Board members, as well as also the chairperson. And before I give you to introduce yourself, maybe just to ask you is that the governor did send your name and you represent non-public. So are you, what are you doing currently? What is your occupation?
Thank you, Chair. Currently, I'm doing farming. I am a farmer.
So you are not. So you are not a public officer nor a state officer.
Yes, thank you.
You can confirm that.
I can confirm that, Chairman.
All right, thank you. I think that. So now I'll give you an opportunity, Rose, to introduce yourself. As you introduce yourself, you touch on the very basics of who you are, where you come from, your family, all those things that you know about introduction. But also we shall be interested if you touch on your education background, as well as maybe previous experience other than farming, because I know you said you are a farmer at the moment. Then you can relate it to the task ahead of you. I want to believe that by now you understand or you have a concept what the County Public Service Board means. So I'll just give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, and maybe you touch on those two aspects, education and experience, and then you link it to the reason why you are here. And maybe you will also tell this committee how you found yourself here. Was it through an advert, through a proxy, or any other way? So I'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. Feel free. This is just an interaction between us here, and you are free to share any information that you feel that this committee desire to have. So please proceed, Madam Rose.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. My name is Rose Temweno Kaptich. I was born in 1961 in a village in Bureti, sub-county called Cheboin. And I started my primary education in a school called Cheptendanyet, and I stayed in Cheptendanyet for three years. I moved to Chepkutum Primary School because my parents moved to Chepkutum. And I was in Chepkutum for, I think, another 3 years. And I moved to Highlands Primary School, where I did my KCPE. And after my KCPE, I joined Kipsigis Girls for my Form 1. That was 1975. And I was in Kipsigis for 4 years. 1978, I did my EACE. I managed a Division 2 and was called to Nakuru High School for a business education course, I can say. And I was in Nakuru High School for 2 years. That was 1979 to 1981 March. I did a course in secretarial. When I left Nakuru High School in March 1981, I came back to Kericho district then, and I was taken up in the Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture at that time, and I worked as a copy typist. I joined it as a copy typist 2, and after my confirmation, I was promoted, and I worked in that ministry for 1 year. And I resigned and joined Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology as a secretary. I was also in Rift Valley Institute for a year. While there, I worked in the Department of Finance, and sometimes I would work as a finance and accounts clerk. And because I wanted to further my education, I resigned from Rift Valley Institute and joined Kenya Technical Teachers College for a teacher training course. It is a 1-year course because we were going there only to do the methodology of teaching, because already we had the subject content. So I was in KTTC for 1 year, that's 1984, and I graduated with a diploma in business education. And after my graduation, I was posted to Friends College, Kaimosi, where I reported, but before I started teaching, I got another letter of transfer to Kipsigis Girls High School. So I came to Kipsigis Girls High School in 1985, where I was teaching typewriting and office practice, commerce, all the business education subjects. And later on, I also taught social ethics and education as a subject in the school. While teaching in Kipsigis Girls, I got commendations for being the best teacher in the subjects that I was teaching, the best teacher in social education and ethics, the best teacher in typewriting and office practice, and also in commerce. I was in Kipsigis for 11 years, and while there I did all the assigned duties that I was given by the principal then. I was a head of a house in the school. I was a guiding and counseling teacher. I also assisted the girls in athletics, and I was a subject teacher of commerce. During my time there, I would mentor the girls and even be with them, counsel them, and teach them on what skills that they needed to have as they leave school, especially the Form 4s. So in 1996, I left Kipsigis Girls and joined Cooperative Bank of Kenya, Kericho branch. I came in first to relieve somebody who was working there during the holidays when I was a teacher, and finally they took me in as an administrative assistant. So as an administrative assistant, I was to take care of the office, see that the office was running with all the supplies without any shortages. And I worked in Cooperative Bank for 16 years. And while in Cooperative Bank, I rose from being a secretary, and when I left the bank, I left as an operations manager. I worked in different branches. While in Cooperative Bank, I worked in Kericho, Kisii, Nakuru, and finally Bomet as an operation manager. and left Cooperative Bank in 2011. While working in Cooperative Bank, I also got commendation letters from the managing director, the managers we were working with for the work that I was doing. As a customer service officer, as a salesperson, I used to do sales in personal banking, where we would give loans to people who are working in different departments in this town. I entered almost every office in this town, selling personal loans, and I got a commendation letter for doing a good work while there. So in 2011, I had actually asked that I should resign, but a retrenchment came in 2011. I had wanted to leave employment at 50 so that I can come home and do farming. As I've said, I'm a farmer. I'm passionate about farming. So in 2011, I was retrenched, and I came to Kericho, back to the farm. So after 2011, I had a lot of time in my hands, so I decided to go back to school. I did guidance and counseling. And I did Christian counseling and got a diploma in Christian counseling. After doing the diploma in Christian counseling, I pursued a degree in biblical studies. And after graduating with a degree in biblical studies, I did a master's in theology. While doing farming, I was also going to school. So that is basically my background in education. I want to say I'm married to one husband, Mr. Francis Kaptich, who is also a resident of this county, and he also worked in this county. We are blessed with 4 children, and they are now all adults. In my social life, I am a Christian. I serve in Kaptalamwa AGC Church as a lay leader. I'm also a member of the area church council, co-opted member, and the district church council. I also work with the women in the village. We've started groups that we do a few projects with them. I'm also in a foundation called Kipkele. I'm one of the directors and in charge of guidance and counseling the young mothers who are there, the single mothers and the widows, and also helping the children we are educating. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Rose.
Yes.
Maybe just to, you need now to touch on why you are here. I believe you know why you are here.
Sorry, yeah.
And you can link a bit to your experience, because the task ahead, I know you know the task ahead of you should you be approved by this House.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here today as a nominee of the selection panel of the Chairman and Public Service Board members. I have been trying to apply, get jobs in the county government for quite some times. About a month ago, I was called by one officer in the governor's office and asked if I had time within 3 months where they can give me something to do. And I answered in the affirmative and told them I can be available in order to serve in the county and also serve the community that I come from. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Just as a matter of curiosity, we have a CC by the name Beatrice Kaptich. Are you in any way related? Just ask. Beatrice
Kaptich and Rose Kaptich. There could be some relation, but distant relations. But the names are the same. She's married to a CAP teacher, I'm married to a CAP teacher.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Rose, for that introduction. I am now open the floor. Honorable members, I'll start with the Honorable Anthony Ruto, and I request the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Chairman, to continue chairing the session.
Thank you, Chairman. Rose.
Yes, please.
Let me take this opportunity to congratulate you.
Thank you.
For being one of the nominees. Will sit in the panel that will recruit members of Public Service Board. Rose, the task before you is enormous. Enormous in the sense that you have to settle. At the end of the day, you have to settle on people that will be able to deliver the mandate of the Public Service Board. Capteach, what will you be looking at so that at the end of the day you can be able to have substantive people who will be able to carry out the functions and powers of that particular office? Number two, several people will be applying, will get time to apply to be members of Public Service Board. There are potential conflict of interest. Some of them will be your relatives. How will you safeguard yourself? Or how will you deal with such a situation if in any case occurs? Thank you, Chairman.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Anthony Ruto. Labda utajibu maswali hayo kwanza ili nipatie pia waheshimiwa wengine ambao labda watakuwa na maswali ya kuuliza. Karibu.
Thank you, Chair. Now, the first one is how will we choose or the people that we want to be in the Public Service Board? As we all know, the Public Service Board, I can say, is a board which is given the mandate to choose people who will be the face of the county. So what we are going to look at when we are choosing the members of the Public Service Board is, one, we look at the qualifications of the person. Two, we also look at the experience and the professional qualifications of that person, the integrity of that person, the competence, the skills that that person will bring to the table if chosen as a member of the board. How will this person contribute to the well-being of the Public Service Board? As we interview the person, or as we look at the papers, we look at the different achievements that this person has had. We look at the testimonials that we have on that person. And when we talk to the person, as we are doing now, we can actually know the type of person that person is. I think that is some of the things. Those are the few things that we should look at, but there are more things that we are going to see as we choose the members of the Public Service Board. Number two, as you mentioned, Honorable Ruto, several people will actually apply. As we all know, there are so many people who are out there looking for employment. And as you mentioned, I can't miss to have people, relatives apply. And when these people apply, they could be qualified. I will remove myself from, I'll actually remove myself because of, is it conflict of interest or, yeah, because it will be a conflict of interest for me if that person is shortlisted to actually interview that person. I will let the other members of the board know that this person is a relative and I don't want to be among the people who are interviewing that person. Thank you, Chair.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Siele.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Kaptich, from your introduction.
Alafu ningeomba hivi Mheshimiwa Shele, kabla hujauliza swali lako, labda utahakikisha kwamba umenakili maswali yote, alafu utayajibu kwa safari moja. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Siele, alafu Mheshimiwa Vincent, na labda Mheshimiwa kutoka Chepseon watauliza maswali katika msanjari huo. Kazi yako ni kunakili, alafu baadaye utayajibu kwa pamoja. Asante.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Kaptich, from your first introduction, you say you had intention of resigning from the previous job you are doing. But on the way, the retrenchment caught you up. You went for farming, and that was your ambition. Now, here you are applying for a job. What about farming? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Congratulations for getting this opportunity. And I will only ask 4 questions. I know you'll be the chair. You will have a role as a leader to ensure that you select the best people for Kericho County. Now, let me ask you, because you will be tasked to developing a scoring tool, a scoring system. You will score. You see, each candidate will be scored. How will you develop a scoring system for candidates? Number 2, you see, you mentioned that there are so many candidates who are looking for jobs. Since there are so many, maybe these positions might attract so many. How will you cap the number of candidates so that you can maybe come up with a fine list? And what are you looking at? What numbers? Is it if 1,000 people applied, will you shortlist all of them per section? Number 2, you see, you will have to balance when you are looking at the candidates' qualifications. Which weight will you give between experience, education, and competency? The last question is even on regional balance and even gender balance. The last one now. What will you do as a chair if there will be some concerns raised either by the public or by any other body regarding the recruitment? What will you do? Thank you.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Vincent. Mheshimiwa kutoka Chepseon.
Thank you, Chairman. Rose Kaptich Karibu. In the recent past, we have been accusing, or the current board has been accused of partiality and maybe corruption in terms of employment and even promotion of the workers of this county. As a recruiting officer, how will you ensure you recruit the right people who are transparent and to work for this county diligently? Thank you.
Asante sana, labda utajibu maswali hayo kwanza, alafu tutarejelea maswali mengine kutoka waheshimiwa. Karibu.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Shelley asked me about resigning to do farming and what I will do about the farming in the 3 months that I'll be there. I want to say farming can be done concurrently with this, because like if I'm planting maize, I'll plant and wait for some time before I harvest, or whatever I'm going to do can be done concurrently with what I have, if you approve me for this selection panel. I want to assure you it won't deter me from doing the work that I'm supposed to do. Honorable Korir, your question is on role as a leader and how will we select the best. As a chair, my role as a chair, if approved, is we work with the members as a team and give ourselves roles to do while in the selection. And we shall write down the qualifications that we need, that we are going to look at, so that we select the best. You've talked of a scoring system. During any interview or any panel like what we have today, there's a scoring card where we have items that we look at as the candidate is seated before us. We look at different items and accord each item some mark. At the end of the interview, we'll total up the marks and see what the candidate has scored. And that will help us in choosing the best. How to cap members? Yeah, as we all know, we will get quite a number of people apply. It will reach a point, because the Constitution says a person should be having a degree. And if we have more or many applicants, we'll move. If that was my decision, we move and group the people who have got other professional qualifications, people who have got maybe a master's degree, and shortlist those ones for the interview. And people who have got experience in work. Number 3, we talk on the balance of weight, experience, education, and competency. I think we shall balance on this, because sometimes one can be educated without experience, and so we have to consider also the experience. We consider the competency. This person has worked where, and other professional qualifications that they have. And then finally, on the gender balanced, the Constitution says we should have a 2/3 gender balance, and it is a concern. As we are choosing members of the Public Service Board, there are things that we have to consider. We have to consider the gender. We have to consider the PWDs. We have to consider the minority, and I think Yes, those are some of the things I will consider so that there are no concerns raised after they have been shortlisted. And finally, on partiality and corruption. If we do the right thing from the word go, I think there'll be no partiality, there'll be no corruption. Because as a board, when we are choosing the members of the board, we should choose people who are competent, and we should choose them people who are transparent, and we choose it with equality. So we look at the skills, the knowledge, and the competence of the person. Does the person understand the role that they are applying for? Do they have the skills to perform these duties? So if we do our work right from the word go, we won't get partiality, we won't get corruption, because we'll get the best people. Thank you, Chair.
Asante sana. Maybe to summarize on what the honorable members was asking you is that being the chair of that county, the panel that is going to interview the members of the County Public Service Board, as a chair, what they were saying, you were saying that you will, develop you will look at different items. We want you to give us specific of those items. As a chair of that panel, the people that you are going to interview, what exactly are you going to look for in those people? For example, what is the year? How many people are you going to interview, for example? How many members of this County Public Service Board? Number two, their experience. How many years of experience and expertise are you going to check on these people? I think those are the issues that we wanted to know, because you are the chair of this County Public Service Board. You also know the problem of unemployment. If there is a major problem that is facing this country, is the issues of unemployment. And it faces also this county. What are you going to do specifically, going even beyond the integrity issues of Chapter 6 of our Constitution? We've had people here producing the best documents, but then when they are given these jobs, they'll go and hire their relatives and friends, boyfriends and girlfriends at the County Public Service Board. What are you going to do differently so that we get the right people for this board? As a chair, convince this, this committee that you are the right person to do the interview for the members of the County Public Service Board. Maybe probably in 5 minutes, so that we finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And maybe before we respond, we've been joined by one of the members. I just kindly request him to introduce himself.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome nominee. My name is Honorable Eric B, MCA Kablela Third Ward. Thank you.
Welcome. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we have 7 members of the board that we'll be picking. Now, when we talk of the scorecard and the experience, I think we'll have to cap the experience on maybe 3 to 5 years, and some of these members of the board are professionals who we should find out if they are registered with their professional bodies. The gender issue also will come in, so we will pick maybe 2 ladies and PWDs. And as we look at all this, as I said before, this is a competitive position or a competitive board. We shall use our due diligence, plus the members who will be with me, to pick the best out of the shortlisted candidates. I was trying to see if I can do a scorecard now, but it's not possible to pick a few things, because I cannot work as a lone person. I have to have a team that we sit together and do the scorecard. Thank you, Chair.
Walter Ruto, you have something to add?
Just one. Carrying out your mandate as a selection panel. We don't want to ignore external influence. Maybe some people will be having interest in some people. How will you safeguard your selection panel so that you don't yield to that external or their request?
Thank you, Chair. As we know, the Public Service Board
Rejoined on the same so that you can make it elaboratively. I would like also to know what will happen if you are the person who appointed you to come to the selection panel convince you or entice you to have his or her people. I don't know what will you do as a chair or the selection panel if you have been convinced, because for you to appear before this panel, maybe there's somebody who pushed you to appear in the list. What will happen if you have forces from the boss and probably he just coerce you to just pick on his priority? Thank you.
Different version, same question.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the two questions are one and the same. That how will I react to person who wants to make me change my mind on some people that we have chosen and pick people who they want picked. I want to say when I'm here, as members of the selection panel, integrity is very, very important. And confidentiality also is very important for the members. And if anybody comes, I think politely, we can sit with that person and see the difference between the people that we've picked and the people that they want picked, until we reach a consensus that these are the best people for our county. And I know it is possible when we stand our ground. Thank you.
So Chairman, yes, let me ask. So you are going to negotiate with your boss on the table?
Thank you, Chair. I didn't say we are negotiating. We are showing him the qualifications of the people that we've picked and why we didn't pick the people that he wants us to pick, or whoever it is, why we are not going to take the people that he wants us to take, because they were not shortlisted before, because they didn't qualify. It's not actually negotiating. It is putting things right, how they should be.
But Captain, you said you will come into consensus. That is negotiation.
It's not a negotiation.
What he's saying is that what if the appointing authority insists that you take his option rather than what you gave out? What would you do? You receive a phone call, for example, from the senator that, please, Madam Kaptich, I need this and this person to be given this job. The governor also calls you that, Mrs. Kaptich, this is my candidate. What would you do as a panelist? I think that is the question. If you sit down and text him or her through the process, the difference between why you pick person A instead of person B, but he or she insists that I need this person, what will you do? Of course, you know you are holding the highest office in that panel. If you had no information, you will be the chair of that panel. What would you do as a chair?
Thank you, Chair. Now, that puts me in a very difficult position, but I still say I'll stand my ground, because as I have taken an oath of office that I will do my best, I will stand on that oath and actually ask or tell them politely that you've given me a responsibility. I think it would be good and fair if you leave me do the work that you've given me.
If he or she insists that you need to take his candidate, what will you do? You've not given us a solution now. Will you continue being the chair of that panel? Or?
Yeah, actually, if it reaches a point, Mr. Chairman,
yes,
that you resign, you can resign, other than, you know, when I come out with people in the Public Service Board who are not good enough, and when everybody sees them around, they will always be pointing that it is the panel of Mrs. Kaptich who did this. I think the best thing sometimes is to resign.
I think you've answered us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Honorable Vincent, one last one.
Yes, I wanted to confirm from her if she is compromised, whether you are willing to disqualify yourself, and you have answered that you can easily disqualify yourself. Again, will you put, maybe if there's something that has been compromised, you have to maybe make a report, for example. Will you also indicate in a report that I have been compromised and I disqualify myself because of this? Will you be able to do that? And then last question, because I don't want to repeat myself, is we have 6 sub-counties in Kericho County, and we believe in fairness and even in distribution of positions across the sub-county. How will you do the regional balance so that people will feel that each region is represented?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Honorable Korir. I think I still stand that if I have to write a report, I will write that I've been compromised. I am ready to do that. Thank you. The second one is on the 6 sub-counties. Yeah, we have 6 sub-counties, and I think I'll try my best to have representative from these 6 counties, depending on the applicants. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman.
Okay, let me give this opportunity to Honorable Francis Teres.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. I want to, from the onset, Mr. Chairman, I want to know that, to inform the committee that I know the family of, the original family of Kaptich. They live in a village known as Kipkele in Ororga sub-location, but the nominee, Rose, this is my first time seeing her. In that information, Mr. Chairman, I want to say that this will not affect the outcome of this process of our mandate as a member of the County Assembly, as a member of this appointment committee. But in the introduction, Rose, you talked of resignation. You keep on resigning. You resign from Kipkele High School. You resign from Nakuru, where you were employed. You also resign from somewhere else. What is the cause of these resignations?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As I said, when I was in Kipkele Girls, I was approached by the Cooperative Bank of Kenya Kericho branch to join them. And I thought, because I thought for 11 years, I can try my experience in another organization. And then in Nakuru, I was resigning to go for training to further my studies. And then I think from Ministry of Livestock Development to Rift Valley Institute, I had said that I'll go to Rift Valley Institute and also pursue some course while working there. But while working there, an opportunity came up for me to join the Kenya Teachers Technical College, and I took it up. That's why I resigned. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I doubt whether there is any other member who have a burning issue. So maybe I'll give you 1 minute to give us your parting shot.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say thank you for this opportunity that I've been given. Thank you for this time that you've given to me, and I'm grateful. I want to say thank you also to each one of you, and wish you well in your endeavors. And finally, I want to thank you for the cup of tea that I've had in this office. Thank you so much. And I promise, if you approve me, we'll work together without any hitches. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you very much. So if this committee gives you a green light, we humbly request you to do exactly what you just indicated. Unemployment in our county is high, so we expect you to get people who are going to be fair to every other residents of this county, especially the issues of regional balance, issues of nepotism. You know, we've had a lot of issues of members of the County Public Service Board employing their kids, their sons, you know, their relatives. So we hope that if this committee gives you an opportunity to serve as a chair of that panel, you do even due diligence, getting these papers in, that is required by Chapter 6 is not enough. You do a background check on every other board member that you are going to recruit. I'm saying if and only if you are given the opportunity by this committee to chair that board. Thank you, and we wish you a good day, and we wish you well. So our Sergeant at Arms, you may escort her.
Thank you so much.
If lunch is ready, you can serve her with lunch. Thank you very much, and you are welcome once again.
Cheptororiet, Majority Whip County Assembly, and the National Vice Chair Whips Kenya. Karibu Chairman.
Yes. Thank you, Whip. And my name is Bet Cheruiyot. I am the Deputy Speaker, County Assembly of Kericho, and I represent a ward called Ainamoi. I am a member of this committee, but I will be standing in for our Honorable Ebo Chair, the Honorable Patrick Simutai. So we want to begin. You know the reasons why we are here, Ciele. I want to give you an opportunity to do a very comprehensive introduction on who you are, where you come from, you know, your academic journey, and of course you also relate maybe your experience and the positions that you've been nominated to, and you also confirm to us that you really come from the private sector. You confirm to us because your nomination is to represent the private sector in that selection panel. So you should also kind of give evidence that you really come from that private sector. And any other information that you think this honorable committee needs to know about you. Build your case so that probably if you respond to issues that we might have lined it up for asking, at least we will lessen that time. So welcome, David.
And honorable members of this assembly, I want to say thank you very much for this opportunity I've been given. My name is David Kipkele Yarab Siele. I am 65 years old. I come from Seretet, Cheptororiet ward. I also come from Chepseon ward, and I also I have an interest in Chepsir. I also have an interest in Londiani, and I'll say why. I am a graduate from Egerton University many years back, but I think my journey to the corporate world started way back when I joined the then Brookbone Kenya Limited, way back in 1985. I then served in Brookbone Kenya Limited, rising all the way to be the senior manager. I was instrumental in a number of initiatives and programs in Brookbone Kenya Limited, then converting to Unilever, where I developed Kimare factory. I was then promoted to Mabruki factory, where I went in as the senior manager, and I served there for less than 6 months. I then got an opportunity to serve in Eastern Produce Kenya Limited, joining Eastern Produce Kenya Limited in 1995 as the assistant superintendent, and I was then given the portfolio of responsible for over 2,000 hectares of tea plantation and overseeing 2 factories. And I served in less than 3 years. I was promoted as the full general manager in Eastern Produce Kenya Limited, and my responsibilities grew. I was given the portfolio of taking the responsibility of being in charge of training and development. I was also chairing the hiring, of course the disciplining, and performance appraisal of my management team. And I was in the chairing the selection panel. Eastern Produce Kenya Limited is the second biggest tea company, owned by Camellia PLC in the UK, and their interest is in tea. They have about 7 factories in Nandi, and they also manage the outgrowers. They also have interest in Thika, which is Kakuzi Limited, where they are growing macadamia, avocados, and other fruits in that dispensation. So I was also in charge of recruiting both for Kakuzi Limited and also for Eastern Produce Limited. That is where the relevance comes in this particular responsibility that you are about to consider me. And it was, of course, in the corporate world, it is performance-based. There is meritocracy. There is also follow-ups. There is transparency. Of course, there is also value to the business. I served in Eastern Produce for over 21 years, having served in Unilever then for 11 years. And I was then appointed by UK government through a program called UK Aid to go to Tanzania to develop the smallholder sector in Tanzania. And that was in 2015. So I was asked to go to Tanzania through a program called the Wood Foundation Africa as the program director. I was based in Dar es Salaam. The operation was in Southern Highlands, in Jombe, and I was responsible for a portfolio of over 100 Kenya shilling billion in that program. In that program, my responsibility as the program director was to lead a team of professionals. These were engineers, scientists, accountants. I was also to manage the stakeholders in that particular space. And I developed about 2,500 hectares of tea, of smallholder tea. And you know the smallholder sector is a bit different in the way it is handled in Tanzania, because land doesn't belong to individuals, it belongs to the state. So we had contiguous land where 10 people can come together and we develop 100 hectares for those individuals, and that would form about 100 hectares. We then developed a two-line factory in liaison with Unilever. And I served in that as an expatriate in that country for 4 years, and then I came back, having had a challenge in the political space in that country. And the political space is when Magufuli took over, he said he wanted to tax the seed capital. That was the money that was given by the UK government. So he said, before you develop, you have to pay taxes. And because I was the program director, we went in to see the prime minister of that country. We saw the minister for finance, the central bank governor, to try and explain our state that we were growing the base for them to tax us as a government. The people, we are going to make them make money for that country. So tax the tea producers from the ground, not the money coming in. So, as you all know from the politics of Tanzania, he didn't want to hear that. And so I was told in 2018, towards the end, to the beginning of 2019, we were told to close the program. So the program was closed in 2018, and I then was given my terminal dues. I then came home. All that money that was left, we took it to Rwanda. And today Rwanda is a testimony of good governance and transparency. The tea sector in Rwanda is part of our success story as the Wood Foundation Africa. I then came back, went back shortly to try and assist a group called DL Group, who were producing 45% of Tanzania tea output. And DL had an equivalent of James Finlay's in Kenya, and they were having challenges. I went in shortly, and we were not able to turn around the business, so I came back. I was then appointed, when I came back, I was appointed as the chairman of the National Labor Board, where I serve. I bring stakeholders, I bring social partners to the table. I bring Atwoli sits in my board, Jacqueline Mugo sits in my board, and the government also sits in my board in ensuring that there is fairness in the labor sector. I also serve in several boards. I serve in the Bethany Investment Trust, which is an umbrella of African Gospel Church, Kenya. I also serve in a number of boards of Kipkele Girls High School, Chepkoton Girls, Ainab High Secondary School, and I also serve as a director of StageX Africa, where we have interest in Londiani. We have a sawmill in Londiani, and that is where the private sector also comes in. I run that particular business, and the motivation was that I had children who I had trained, and we wanted to look for employment, but we were not able to get any employment. And so even in my position, I could not place those children. And so we decided and said, let's make a difference. Let's create employment instead of depending on others. So we have employed an equivalent of, there are about 25 people in that sawmill, and we run that sawmill. We also run a school, which is called Tive Limara School, which is on your way to Sotik in a township called Chebaon. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. David Siele, for that comprehensive introduction. And maybe so that, because I said you come from the private sector, we need something that shows that you are the director of that school in Chebaon, and also Tivel, and also we also need something to show that you run a sawmill, probably in Londiani. We need maybe a document showing, probably if you've registered as a company, CR12 must have maybe your name, something of the sort. So we need that document. I know you've given some other documents to our secretariat. Do you have any document showing that you run the school?
Your Honor, I think I have not included it there, but yes. I can shortly get it. Maybe after this, I can be able to get it and table it before the end of the day.
No problem. You will liaise with one of our secretariat, Sharon, so that you provide those information.
Yes.
I think you did a very comprehensive statement. You say that you will clarify why you have interest in Londiani, Chepsiun. I also heard that the honorable from Kable Lartet knows you, so probably you come from Kable Lartet. You also live in Cheptoro Yeseretut, where you have your investment, and the honorable member is sitting there. So maybe you will clarify exactly where are you domiciled. Then, of course, you lump it up. How many wards? Because I can see you are one of the people who come from several wards. How many wards do you have in this county? So answer that one. Then I give to the honorable members to ask one or two questions each. Then we close this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am domiciled in Chebaon, just 200 meters from the shopping center. My son lives in Chepsir. And as I've said, of course, the Londiani side is a business entity. So I'm under Honorable Majority Leader and Majority Whip.
Is the Majority Whip
and
the National Vice Chair.
Yes. And I am Kablel Artet. I also, I think because we have been doing other things in this country, helping out in Harambes and that kind of thing, I'm sure I've interacted with a number of you, maybe one or two, at least the faces looks familiar, but not that they are interested that they will want to compromise this appointment.
Not answer the other one. How many wards do you have in this county? Because I know you know a lot of people. The number of electoral wards?
So, 30.
30, okay.
Yes. And then I I also forgot that during my spell in the private sector, I was also trained in Silso University. I went in for international management course when I was in Unilever. And I also, when I was in Eastern Produce, I also went to Reading in corporate governance and international management.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Before I open the floor for honorable members, have you ever appeared before a committee of any sort at the county assembly? Or this is your first time being vetted by any committee of the county assembly?
Honorable Chair, I've only served also as a member of the task force on mechanization. But we were not vetted, we didn't come before any of this, but I was a member of the task force as a member, but not coming before this. Thank you.
Fine, so let me open the floor. I'll set the ball rolling by giving to Honorable Anthony Ruto.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Shelley, congratulations for this opportunity that you have been nominated to sit in the selection panel. Question number one, Mr. Shelley. The task before you as a selection panel is enormous. You will be required to identify substantial people who will serve in our public service board. As you are aware, public service board has got function and powers that have to be executed as a board. What factors will you put into consideration when you will be trying to identify the right people who will sit in that particular board? The next one, very quickly, Honorable Chair. Mr. Chele, we don't want to ignore external interference. I know at the end of the day, several people will have interest in having their people sit in that particular service board. How will you safeguard yourself from that interference so that you can be able to come up with the right people? Potential conflict of interest will not also be avoided. Several people will be applying for these positions. Mr. Shelley, if in any case you have relatives that have also applied for the same positions, how will you declare your interest on the same? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Anthony Ruto.
Maybe through Chair,
Okay.
I rejoined that. Yes, a similar question.
Proceed.
I know, Shirley, somebody might have picked you to come here. So I'm asking you, if that somebody saw it fit to pick you to be interviewed here, to be vetted here, maybe that somebody again will now call you and direct you on who to pick to the board. How will you handle that? Thank you.
Yes, third question from the Honorable Siele.
Thank you, Chair. Our guest, from the introduction you gave, it seems you have got many responsibilities. You are a member to many institutions. What made you to apply for this also? And yet, it seems you are overburdened. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. The final question from the Honorable Agon, so that you respond to that first patch. We'll go for the second patch. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, Bonasiele, welcome to this committee and congratulations for being nominated to that selection panel that is going to interview. Should this committee approve you, you'll be able to interview the members of the Public Service Board and the chairperson. I only want you to confirm, because again, this house is a house of records. I thought there was a selection panel that was picked by the governor to interview the CECs. I do not know whether you are part of it or you are part of that selection panel that interviewed the impeached county secretary. You can confirm, because later on we can verify, and should we find, you swore before you took the oath. So you will confirm, because this is not the first time I'm seeing your face here in this assembly.
Thank you, Honorable Ogon. So you respond to that first bunch of questions, and you clarify on what the Honorable Rogon has just asked you, whether you were part of any selection panel, whether approved by this county assembly or that was, selected by the governor, that needed no approval by the county assembly. Because you took an oath. The main reason why you took that oath is that so that whatever you say is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So you will just confirm to us. Thank you. I give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I know I'm under oath, and one thing I think I'll start with Honorable Ogon. It is true that there's a CLA who was in that panel, and coincidentally we look alike, and is different CLA. Is the CEO of, I know him very well because he's the CEO of Agricultural Employers Association. He's actually domiciled in Nakuru, and the gentleman has hit a number of things on me, because every time he's seen, they address him as chairman, and he only eats, and then, so I don't, the face looks familiar, but not, I'm a different CLA. And that can be clarified by my...
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions?
Yeah, so I'll go to what my namesake, Honorable CLA, has asked, that I have a number of responsibilities, and at the level I've reached, I said I would like to return it back to the community in form of serving them without getting any pay. And so a number of these initiatives, what I do is actually voluntary. On those boards, they are very voluntary. The ones that we sit at the National Labor Board is only, we sit quarterly, and it's not full-time, except if there are any subcommittees that are required, where I'm required to be there. But otherwise, I'm based here, and I balance my scorecard. I know when to go to the field. I also know when to do anything, and sometimes, and instances like the one of Kipke's girls, I have served my term of over 10 years, and I'm stepping down for somebody else, so I'll not be in that board. So I think I've answered that. And then the other one is factors in which we would consider, knowing that this is a very important selection panel, which has been asked in terms of what factors will we be considering to ensure that there is fairness. So I'd like to say that this particular board that, or panel that you are appointing me to sit into expects people of very, very high integrity. One is, as we'll be sitting there, there'll also have to be inclusivity in terms of team synergy. No one individual will say that this is what we have passed, or this is what I want to be done. But in terms of the selection, we'll be looking at meritocracy, we'll be looking at professionalism, we'll also be looking at experience when we are recruiting. We'll also be looking at balancing, because like we have said, this county is over 30 wards. So we also like to ensure that there is fairness in the way this will be selected, so that it is not necessarily any one factor that will override the rest. We will also be ensuring that if there is any conflict of interest, we declare, because like we have said, we have also sat in a number of boards where wherever there is an issue where somebody is known to you, the right thing to do is to declare your interest and say, I'm sorry, I'll not be part of this panel, and we'll be honest to that. In terms of external factors, there are code of conduct. When we sit into this, there are also constitutional provisions which are ingrained in what our terms of reference will be. So even when we'll also be interviewing these people, we'll also be matching it with the job description. What is the job description saying? Does this person have the requisite skill set that matches that? Does he have the experience? And even if academic aside comes, what about his ability to manage stakeholders? Does he have that ability? And that can be tested through several methods. In terms of the interference, how do we safeguard in terms of the interference? Yes, there will be interference. And there will be interference, and politely we will be able also to spell out to whoever is interfering that as we sit in this particular board, there are certain expectations in this board. We list to them. There are also ethic code of conduct that we are expected to adhere to, because I've taken an oath today, and this oath, I believe, goes through to the time of my going into that particular board.
Just proceed. Have you finished?
Yes, I saw like you had wanted to interject.
I will protect you. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the protection. So the other one is, you have asked also if the appointing authority, whoever nominated me, comes and say, can you buy something? Can you give me something? What is in it for me? I appointed you there. What is in it for me? Can you ensure that you push somebody else? And I think, as I've taken oath, I will also be able to explain and tell them that this is a team, this is a board, and there are code of regulation that have been vested upon that I have to adhere to them politely. But in the event that the pressure comes, I hope this county assembly also can protect me. I can escalate to this level. I can also escalate to other oversight bodies and say, I'm sorry, I need protection. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you. Is it something related to that? Is a different question? Is a different question? I give to Honorable Terer, then you.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity also to welcome Mr. David Shelley for this interview. But first of all, I want to, if given a chance, Mr. Shelley, to be one of the selection panel members. Are you aware of the functions of the County Public Service Board? That's my question.
Thank you. So you take the second set of questions, Honorable Eric B.
Thank you, Chair, and once again, congratulate David for your nomination. And I've heard your presentation. You're very rich with experience, and of course, I can say also congratulations for that. David, you mentioned something about qualification of a person who qualifies to be a public service board. You've heard of people who are qualified. They have degrees, of course, they have masters, but there's this issue of nepotism. I don't know how you picked someone who who in any case will not be able to involve himself in the issues of nepotism. We've had the board members employing their relatives, employing their closer persons. What will you do as a person, as a panelist, to ensure that we have the best public service board members? Because we are very worried in this current dispensation. There are so many corruptions going on in the same board. So how do we ensure that we have the best public service board member who will not be able to involve himself in nepotism and of course the issue of corruption? Because people might not be able to raise funds to be able to pay so that they get employed. They might not be able to know an MCA. They might not be able to know even a person who is working under a public service board. So what is these things you'll do to ensure that you have the best public service board members appearing before us? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Vincent.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, Mr. Shele. I believe I know you because I once worked in Finlay's. I believe we interacted somewhere with you. Now, because you have been selected and you are tasked in looking for the best people, there is a question of fairness and impartiality. Because we need to select people fairly as per their qualifications and competence. How will you ensure that there is fairness and impartiality? And if at all there is conflict of interest, what will you do? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vincent. And maybe so that you respond to this question, I heard that the only, task force that you are is the task force on mechanization. So you can also touch on that because we are people of interest. You remember the kind of challenges that we've been facing, especially the animosity between the Kericho County government and the multinationals concerning the mechanization, the machines that were brought to, do the work that initially was done by our people. And that is something that has never been resolved. So as a member of that task force, we are seeing the machine are still, doing that work. And we heard, I remember it was one of the manifestos of our top leaders in this county that if you give me an opportunity, the first business is that we will make sure that we will not have these machines, especially those machines that are plucking tea instead of using our people. So as a member of that task force, what is your advice? What did you find? Then number two is that if this committee or any committee of the county assembly requires you as a member of, or requires you as a panelist to deposit the minutes or the entire file of recruitment of the county public service board members, if in any case we require to have that file at the county assembly, are you going to surrender the file to us? Of course, because this is an oversight body, so whatever you do, the law allows us to oversight any other place. We will not micromanage, but just after the recruitment, if we require to have the file of those that were interviewed, those that applied, number two, those that were shortlisted, number three, those that the score sheet of the entire people who were interviewed, and number three, those successful candidates. Will you be able to surrender the file to this committee? Thank you, and proceed with those responses. Begin from the first ones, of course.
Thank you, Chair. And I think the first one was about the role of the Public Service Board. And the role of the Public Service Board is vested within the statute. And I think the most important role will be the role of recruitment. There will also be the role of oversight. And there will also be the role of disciplining. and there will also be the role of promotion. Maybe in summary, that would probably be the role. So in essence, there will also be other roles in terms of identifying also the gaps in terms of capacity building. I believe that will also come in, so the training gaps that are required in different departments, and they will also be looking at that particular aspect. Number 2 was about nepotism. And I want to say that I am, being a Kenyan, being a local, I know this happens, and how will I safeguard? When it comes to nepotism, we want to start by saying that we'll try to we'll map out the whole program of the recruitment and the interview stages to ensure that from inception, we map it out and identify where the potential conflict of interest will be. We will also ensure that we use technology in terms of how we shall do the shortlisting, and even when we'll be also capturing the details, we will also use technology so that no person will come in and say, I have put in an applicant under the file of a known person in that particular panel. We will also ensure that even when we look at the individual board members who will be represented, every board member will also be having stated job descriptions and the skill sets that will be diverse. Others will be coming from the aspect of maybe legal, others will come in from the aspect of the space of HR, others will come in the aspect of research and development, others will even come from the religious sector. And when they come in, we look through that, we map out the skill set and the job description of that particular individual, so that even when it comes to traceability, you are able to ensure that you can trace and you can challenge and you can look me in the eye and say, but why have you done this? Why have you overlooked this? So there will be traceability in the whole process. I think it's also related to also the other second question in terms of fairness and impartiality. It is also related to that when it comes in, having taken I believe every member of this election panel will take an oath of office. So we are under the oath as a team to work collectively, transparently, to be honest to each other, and if there are areas where we doubt an individual, we'll call it out. We'll look at the person on the face and we'll call it out and say this is not right. So there will be checks and balances. Even me, I'll be called out in the event that there are issues that I am portraying like there is impartiality. So even from the word go, as we take through the team in terms of building synergy, understanding the code of conduct, there will be emphasis that will be highlighted there that everybody is actually obligated to follow what we have been given to adhere to. And maybe I'll go to the last one before I go to mechanization, Chair, with humility. Is the transparency. Yes, you are the oversight. You are the person, if we have a problem in that particular board, we are able to call you and say, here we have a challenge. Can you help us? And so when you call for this, I believe there are methods in which you follow, and I think if you follow it legally and request, that will always be done because you are the appointing authorities, and that is why we are here to be vetted by these honorable members of County Assembly. The last one is about mechanization, and I want to say without any hesitation that the horse has bolted. Mechanization is here to stay. The tea sector is a sector that is so unique. It's so unique in the sense that we are price takers. So we go to the auction, the person tells you, for this tea of yours, I'm buying it at this. And of course, it continues until a time when the hammer will be knocked, and whoever has bidded the highest will be given that lot of tea. Then, as a producer, you have a very, very challenging task. The producer is actually an individual where he is at the mercy of inflation. When he buys his fertilizer, he is getting the fertilizer from Europe, from Russia. And that fertilizer, inflation will have been factored in. He applies it, his cost of production has gone up. You have no control of the inputs. When it comes also to the labor cost, the labor, as we sit in the labor board, that unionist will come in and say, I want my workers to be compensated by this percentage based on the underlying inflation. So there'll be salary increment. But when it comes to machine, the machine will not demand of that. It will only be service, which we'll be able to look at. And we were so surprised when we conducted actually a review of what it costs to pluck a kilo of tea using labor. And to pluck a kilo of tea using labor, those of you who are in this room who are tea farmers, you will bear with me that a multinational like Browns, the rate is close to about 22 shillings per kilo of green leaf. Yeah. And machine is costing less than 2 shillings and 50 cents. Can you imagine? 2 shillings and 50 cents. You have factored in, it does not require housing, it does not require any other thing. But because we are, as leadership, we are socialists, we want to know what happens to our people. All I want to say is we can make a difference. I will say that the world is becoming so complex. There is artificial intelligence that is now coming in, there's robotics that is coming in, and a number of things that is being conducted in this space, you have no control because a robot will do better than me. And so what do we need to do in a county like ours, where we rely exclusively on tea? The first thing you want to do, honorable members of county assembly, is to bring business to this particular town. How do you do that? One, mimic the county of Eldoret, the county of Wasingishu. What do they have? It's a service industry. They have institutions. If you look at them, if you brought a national polytechnic in this town, it will make a big difference. A big, big difference. If you brought a referral hospital in this town, the cascading effect in this particular town will be enormous. If you also shifted, because we also might shift, we should not remain in the comfort seat. We should be proactive. If Soin area can go in and grow the avocados for export, what we could also do is even the flower industry. It's an industry I'm so passionate about, because if you look in at the amount of euros supporting our economy, the amount of dollars supporting this economy, it is huge. So improve the service industry in this particular county. Mechanization will be here to stay. And so all I can say is, whatever we have in our hands, let us do it better. Let us also do what we call benchmarking and comparative analysis in other towns which are doing better. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. I think you've given us an...
Chair?
Yes.
I've got a small question to ask our...
Proceed.
Concerning the tea. You have talked of mechanization, comparing to the human labor. What about the quality? Isn't it compromised?
Thank you, my namesake, Honorable Siele. It is also about taking the role, because once we become populist, it becomes an issue. You manage the stakeholder in a way that he understands that we can also benefit from this space by understanding that like now, I used to have a tea business. I used to have a tea farm. And the tea farm, I realized that because I was a telephone farmer, it was far. And first of all, they would steal in the farm. The clerk would steal. The driver would steal. And I would also have a lot of issues in terms of labor productivity. I lost. At some point in time, I realized I'm a tea businessman. I grew up in tea. I was educated in tea. But at one time, I said I'll leave this business. And so I disposed of the property.
Thank you very much, Shele. I think you've responded well. Maybe a comment from
Yes, a comment.
Vincent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shede. I think you have mentioned a lot that can develop this county. And it is good because we are in record. You talked about referral hospital, that if it is brought in this town, maybe what you are fighting is the referral hospital has been identified to be in a place called Londiani. And I believe it will be there so that it can also bring development. Thank you.
No, thank you, Vincent, but maybe a recap on the same. What you are just saying, Mr. Siele, is that that mechanization is here to stay. That is one thing that we need to live by that, especially as leadership of this county. Number two, so that we find employment for our people, is that we make sure that we have a lot of industries taking place in our town. Number one, you are saying if we can get a national polytechnic, for example, in this town, then we will get employment for our youth. Number two, you are saying if you get a big hospital, preferably a referral hospital, because that is where people will visit, especially within this town. Then we will get business booming in this town. Number three is various institutions. So we want to say that we are very happy because the government has already begun the process of planning and expanding this town towards the multinational, the Chelimo side. In fact, as we speak, we have the national officials, the surveyors are now doing the subdivisions of land up there in Chelimo, and this county assembly did approve a plan, a physical plan of where we will get a referral hospital, where we will get various institutions within our town, so that will make our town grow. But on whether the referral is going to Londiani or Kericho or whichever, we have no problem. That is a discussion of another time. But I want to wish you well. You've responded to most of the issues. I just want to say that for the purposes of regional balance, we will retire and write a report. So as we retire and write a report, where shall we place you? Which sub-county do you come from? So you will answer that together with your closing remarks, because we are now finishing. Thank you. Give us your closing remarks, and of course you tell us where you want us to put you, whether it is where you said you come from, Seretu, Londiani, Wapi, so that for the purposes of our record and regional balance. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to interject as he closes. Yes. I would like to ask him whether he's the Sirle who had a property in my ward.
He comes from which ward? Can you?
That is Waldai ward.
Waldai ward. You have a property in Waldai ward. That is what he's asking.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the County Assembly. I'm really humbled. And I think, first of all, let me say that because I'm domiciled in Chebon and Seretut Cheptororiet, that is where you will place me. And then number two is whether I have an interest in Kapchereren. I think the David Siele you are talking about must be maybe a namesake, a coincidence, but I don't have a property there in Waldai. But I know Waldai very well. I also grew up around that. I know relatives around there. The third one is about my closing remark. how I want to say that I'm really extremely humbled. Very professional questions you have posed to me. So grateful for this county. I've also had the opportunity to hear your roadmap and strategic plan. In the headline, in the breaking news, where you have said about the issue of Chelimo and what you need to do for this county to make a transformation. You will be actually in the annals of records as the members of the county assembly who made a difference, because this is the time Kericho has lost cash circulation, it has lost business, and it is the people like you who will turn around this county. Let me also be on record and say, I do not say per se that you need to bring the referral hospital, because I know it's a political hot potato. I don't want to be quoted in that. I'm saying, even these multinationals that have come in here, do you know that Kericho is known for very various brands? This Kericho, the Rwanda I was talking about, the clones that were developed in this Kericho were taken to Rwanda. Today, a kilo of tea from Rwanda is selling for about $6. Here, the same clone in Kericho is selling for 1.5 at most US dollars. But in Rwanda, it's selling over 6. Why? Can I leave for you to do the research, or do you want me to say? Yes. It is just about the leadership and the way that sector has been managed. If you remember in the past, tea was about quality. Tea was about 2 leaves and a bud. We have compromised all that, including also those mechanization we talk about. We have compromised. But Rwanda have taken a back seat and say, we are a struggling economy. What we want to do, we will plaque it properly. We will plaque it properly. So there is a compensation. And so they have been able to plaque the best quality tea. The experts that are in Rwanda are Kenyans. These machines also we are talking about, why should we be importing the machines from India? Why? And yet India do not allow our tea to go to India. India doesn't buy a single kilo of tea from Kenya. But what we do, we buy all the machines from India, we take all the dollars to India. Why? Why don't we assemble our machines and insist that those investors in India come to Kericho so that we become the center of excellence in Africa and do our fabrication here in Kenya? In Kericho, not Kenya. Why don't we create cottage industries in Kenya? I rest my case.
Thank you very much for your, your knowledge on tea. How I wish that such brains like you could be utilized probably in our county and in Kenya. But I know it is not yet too late. We will try as much as possible to also, I know you will be close to the appointing authority, especially for these 3 months that you've been given this work of interviewing the County Public Service Board. I wish that you will be visiting His Excellency the Governor every other morning. You take tea together so that he also taps on that knowledge that you have, especially on how to turn around the economy of our county. Otherwise, if you get this opportunity, what we wish you is that you make sure that you give us a board that will make sure that no child or no person from this county is discriminated in terms of employment, taking into account where he come from, the family, the school he went, So how we wish that if you give you the opportunity, you make sure that you go beyond even the normal, the normal interview, and you do a background check on those members that you are looking for, so that you get to know the individuals, even where he come from, previous, workplace, how did he or she conduct himself, Those are the things that you need to do a background check. You can even use these other bodies to get information about someone. You can also use the bodies that we have, the NIS, NIS, DCI, so that you get information about an individual. Go to his village, take some few people in the village. They will tell you that when he was in this job, he employed the son, the wife, so you get such information from when you do a background check on someone before you give him a job. We have a lot of unemployed youth. We need a board that is responsive to the needs and the aspirations of the residents of this county. I want to wish you well, and want to request our Sergeant at Arms to make sure that you get all your documents original, and you provide him with some. If we have some lunch, we'll be very grateful. Thank you very much. We wish you well.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm honored and I'm very, very grateful. I'm at your service. Like I said, I'm retired, but I'm not tired. Thank you very much.
Asante. documents to our secretariat and maybe your academic credentials, the entire file, so that we might be vetting the wrong person. So just for identification, whether the nominee that we have before us is Caleb Chiruya Koech, I can confirm that the person seated in front of us is Caleb Chiruya Koech. Thank you very much, Caleb. You are welcome. So before we proceed, I want to request our legal team to take Caleb through an oath, so that whatever you say is the truth and binding.
I, Caleb Cheruiyot Koech, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may have your seat, Caleb.
Thank you, Chair.
Caleb, this is the committee on appointment. I know you know the reasons why you are appearing before this committee today. So this is the committee that by law is required to look at your suitability as a panelist that is going to interview the members of the County Public Service Board. So before then, allow me to give the honorable members an opportunity to introduce themselves, and I will start from my far left.
Thank you, Chair. I am David Maritim, MCA Jepsionot, member of this committee. Koech, welcome.
And of course, you declare interest if...
No conflict of interest, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I am Julia Cecilia, representing the great people of Waldai, and I'm a member to the committee. Thank you.
Chairman, my name is Honorable Kiprotich Rogony, member of County Assembly representing Sigawet Ward in Sigawet Soin Sub-County. Caleb, I've never seen you except when we had a court case the other day. I think I must have seen you in courts because I was seated not far from where you are. So, but I think I have no conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Anthony Ruto, MCA Kipkele, member.
Thank you so much, Chairman. My name is Francis Terer, MCA Chipwinwat. Chairman, this is my first time seeing the nominee.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Vincent Korir. I represent the great people of Laudiani, a member of this committee. Thank you.
Our secretariat.
My name is Billy Choriot. My name is Kibet Peter, the legal officer.
Kipkele Bernard, research officer.
Cherona Winnie, legal officer.
Mercy Chepkemoi, auditor.
Justus Maritim, the sergeant at arms.
Thank you. At the back there, our answer team. Welcome, Caleb. I will give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, but before then, my name is Bet Cheruiyot. I am the Deputy Speaker of Kericho County Assembly, a member of this committee. For the sake of this, this discussion, I will be chairing on behalf of our Hebo chairman, who is committed elsewhere. I represent a ward called Ainamoi in Ainamoi sub-county. Caleb, I know we normally play together football in the field. I don't know, I need to declare that I know him because sometimes we play together football in the field. And secondly, Caleb, I also know him because in various cases that the county assembly has with various other institutions, Caleb has always been in the courts, representing other people. A classic example is that he was representing the immediate former county secretary, who was successfully removed from office by this honorable house through an impeachment. So Caleb was the advocate for the impeached county secretary. But I want to say, Caleb, that that will never interfere in any way, either negatively or positively, to this deliberation and the judgment of this committee. We will be very fair to you. We will be very objective. That I want to assure you. So Caleb, I want to give you an opportunity to comprehensively introduce yourself, giving us who you are, your academic journey, your professional, journey, and trying to link yourself with the positions that you've been nominated by the appointing authority. You relate that position, of course, with your academic qualification and experience, and of course the reason why you are here also. You say anything that you think is going to convince this committee to give you a green light to sit in that panel. So by comprehensively introducing yourself, Caleb, it will also assist us. Maybe you will be answering most of the questions that maybe members will have asked you, and that will save on time that is far much spent. So welcome, Caleb.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Firstly, I want to indicate my name. My name is Caleb Cheruyot Koech. I also want to appreciate the Honorable Chair and the committee for having afforded me this opportunity to appear before you. I appreciate your assurance that the run-ins we had before in court are not in any manner going to influence the interaction we have today. Currently, I am the proprietor of Baton Company Advocates. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, having been admitted to the bar in the year 2015, that is 12th March 2015. Ever since, I've been in private practice, handling matters both before the subordinate courts, the High Court, and the courts of equal status. I also have matters before the Court of Appeal, and I am a member of the Law Society of Kenya, duly licensed to practice law up to and until the current year of practice, that is the year 2025. I'm also a notary public and a commissioner for oaths. My academic background is I'm a holder of a Bachelor's of Laws degree from Moi University and a postgraduate diploma from the Kenya School of Law. Given my experience, as I've indicated, I've had 10 years experience in private practice, during which period I have been exposed to various areas of law.
I think you are not loud enough. You may surge in a system to the gadget either. You may bend a bit.
Okay, sorry about Chair. Sorry about that, Chair. I hope I'm now audible enough. Yes. So as I was indicating that during this period, during which I've been in private practice, I have been exposed to the various areas of law, and I believe my experience will help the selection panel if I am selected or vetted and approved by this committee. I believe my experience will come in handy in guiding the selection panel in addressing any legal issues that may arise. I believe that will be all on part of my introduction, unless the Honorable Committee and the Chair requires me to clarify anything.
So thank you, Caleb. So you were nominated as one of the, you were nominated probably as an advocate. I hope you have something to prove, probably that you are in good standing with the Law Society of Kenya. Anything to prove?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I have submitted my current practicing certificate.
Okay.
It is among the bundle of documents submitted.
Oh, fine. So, so where do you come from, Caleb?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I come from Bomet, but for the last 12 years, I've been a resident of Kericho County. I believe for the foreseeable future, I have actually acquired property and settled in Kericho. So, in as much as I was born in Bomet, Kapkoros, Bomet Central constituency, Bomet County, I have been a resident of Kericho County for the last 11 years, if my memory serves me right, since the year 2014.
So you come from Bomet County?
Yes, I was born in Bomet County.
You were born in Bomet, but you've been in Kericho for the last 11 years, but you've never acquired any property in Kericho to make you a resident of this county.
I have, Honorable Chair.
You are saying in the foreseeable future you will acquire one property so that you are a resident.
Allow me to clarify, Honorable Chair. I have acquired property. I acquired a property at Kamasian. Kamasian, yes. Kamasian village. That is within Kipkele ward of Kericho County. I acquired the property in the year 2023. I am currently in the process of developing it, but I live within town.
So you bought a plot in Kamasian within Kipkele ward?
Yes.
Okay, but you've not built, you've not developed the property. You are still, you are a tenant to someone in Kericho, isn't it?
Within Kericho town.
Within Kericho town.
Yes.
So as we retire and get a report, where do you want us to place you? Shall we place you in Kapkoros in Bomet Central, or where?
I would wish to be placed with my current residence, that is Kericho. I could submit a copy of evidence of acquisition of my property within Kericho.
Okay, that is the decisions of the committee that we will, when we retire, we will make a decision on where to place you. But as it is, you already acquired a property but not developed. But that said, we now want to give to the honorable members to pose some questions, and you will take some 3 or 4 questions. Have you taken the nominee through the oath of office, I think? Yes. Yeah. So maybe Logon, you were very busy when the nominee was taking an oath. I want to give this opportunity to the Honorable Siele, 1 question, Honorable Vincent, another question, around 3 sets of questions, patch 1, so that he responds. Then we will get the next patch of questions. Honorable Siele.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just to inquire whether our candidate went to primary school, secondary school. He just started from university. So please, may we know whether you started from primary school or you just went to your university for your degree. Thank you.
Thank you,
thank you, Chair. Honorable Vincent. You
Thank
just
you, Chairman.
take those questions so that you respond once.
Thank you, Chairman. Because you represent the legal side, I would like you to enlighten this committee on the legal provisions that govern the selection process, so that we can be able to understand if the selection process is well governed and is doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vincent. Next question, Honorable Rogon.
Thank you. Caleb, once again, welcome to this committee and congratulations for making it that far. We will, of course, sit as a committee after this, then we'll be able to consider your suitability to be part of that panel that will interview the chairperson of the County Public Service Board and the members. And that is stipulated in the County Governments Act, Section 58, where it requires that we need somebody who is an advocate of the High Court to be part of that team. I'm sure it is because of the legal aspect or the legal interpretations when the panel is sitting to interview the members of the board and the chairperson. My question is, I want you to tie your experience as a lawyer, as an advocate of the High Court, to nomination of these serious individuals. One, we've witnessed the County Public Service Board, which is inefficient. Inefficiency comes where even replacing those who've retired or filling those positions where a vacancy arises, they have not done, because we already have that budget. One of the things we expect them to have a report to this county assembly at the end of every year. Yet sometimes they send, but they delay. I want you to tell us, as an advocate of the High Court, if you will be able to be part of that team that will select the best. And lastly, how lucky are you, Caleb? One, you've been representing the executive. I want you to assure this committee that you competitively, meritocracy took place, or somebody just picked you because you've been representing the executive. There is a case before this court. I will not talk about it. And my chair here on Thursday or so will appear before the court. And I'm sure you'll still be the lawyer representing our former deputy speaker. Did you, in a way, found favor in the eyes of the appointing authority, or you competitively, secure the position? Thank you, Chairman.
Caleb, as you respond to that, maybe to frame it well, how did your name find its place in the county assembly? So respond to those questions so that we take the second set of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Firstly, I'll address the question by Honorable Siele on my schooling. Yes, Honorable Chair, I wish to clarify that in the year 1994, I began school at Kipkele Primary School in Bomet. Thereafter, I was transferred to Afritech Academy, where I did my KCP in the year 2002. Thereafter, I joined Chesamisi High School in Bungoma County for my Form 1 and Form 2. And for Form 3 and Form 4, I was transferred to Chavakali High School, where I cleared in the year 2006. I believe that answers the honorable members' question. Now, regarding the question by Honorable Korir on the need to enlighten the committee on the legal provisions governing the selection of the County Public Service Board members and the chairperson, I wish to indicate to this honorable committee that I have acquainted myself with the provisions of the County Governments Act, specifically from Section 58 to Section 72 thereof. I have also looked at the provisions of Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya, which sets out national values and principles that govern public service. I have also looked at Article 232 that guides or that sets out the principles of public service. I have further looked at the provisions of Article 251, which indicate the circumstances under which members of the county public service could lose their office or could be removed from office. Specifically regarding the process, I wish to assure the committee or to indicate to the committee that Of course, if I'm selected as part of the selection panel, which is already provided for in the Act, and I don't know whether the honourable member required me to first of all indicate how the composition of the selection panel, or I begin answering from if the selection panel is already in place, then what steps they need to take to ensure that the process is followed accordingly.
I think you have explained well. And,
Yes.
maybe during that process,
Yes.
you are doing the interviews.
Yes.
Will you be able to enlighten some of the people, some of the members who will be selected about those provisions? And again, what I would like you to do is especially enlighten them on how they can exit the office, and more so where they can exit through these chambers. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Chair, if you allow me, first of all, if I am selected.
Proceed. Yes.
If I am selected as a member of the selection panel, I believe there would be need for me to enlighten the members of the selection panel in the first place on the legal requirements for selection as a chairperson and as members. Because as I noted, the requirements for a chairperson slightly differ from those of members, in that the chairperson must have at least 10 years experience and a minimum of a bachelor's degree. The members, on the other hand, would have 5 years and experience and a bachelor's degree. If a professional is also selected as a secretary, that is on the part of the secretary to the governor, then that must be, that such nominee must be in good standing with the professional body. Anyway, regarding, so on my part as a lawyer, I will be obligated, or I will be obliged to enlighten the committee on the legal requirements to ensure that the prospective nominees meet the minimum requirements as per the Constitution and as per the County Governments Act. I understand that I will also be obliged to guide them on the process, in that I also noted that the process requires that within 5 days of being appointed, the committee should convene and within 7 days advertise these positions, and thereafter within a further 7 days shortlist and accordingly. So I believe unless there is any need for further clarification on that.
Proceed to the next question.
Yes. Regarding my experience and the nexus to my nomination, and also addressing inefficiency, and I believe in the first inefficiency of the Public Service Board in filling gaps within the human resource of the county. I first wish to address that question in this respect. Firstly, I believe it begins with ensuring that the right people are selected for these positions, competent people who understand their powers and their obligations under the County Governments Act, as well as the Constitution. So while going through the process, if I'm selected as a member of the selection panel, I will ensure that competent individuals that understand the powers of the County Public Service Board and the responsibilities of the County Public Service Board, which responsibilities include and are not limited to giving regular reports to this Honourable House on their activities, even advising the county executive as well as this Honourable House on the management of human resource, so that it is not the obligation of this House to go out there following up on the activities of the Public Service Board. The Public Service Board, properly constituted, should actually be submitting reports before this Honourable Court, which report should cover any challenges on administration of human resources, which they should also cover whether the county human resource and members are in compliance with Article 10 of the Constitution, and ensuring that there is equity and there is equity in both selection and promotion of officers under them. I believe they should also be sensitized on, or they should, while selecting them, they should understand that the county public service has the power to abolish and establish offices. And in exercising that power, they also need to liaise with the relevant departments as well as this house to ensure that there is synergy in discharging or in an administration of human resources. So to cut the long story short, I believe if competent board members are selected, the challenges that the House is currently facing on the role of the Public Service Board will be avoided.
Thank you. I think members, you've heard the responses, so I think he has tried to answer those questions. I want to give the second patch. I will begin by Honorable from Chepseon Ward, the Chair for Education, then followed by Honorable Anthony Ruto and Honorable Francis Terer, then Vincent. One each.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Caleb, you have been working in private sector for so long. You are now doing that 7 years. And I can see you are not married. And I hope maybe your colleagues whom you completed your university together are in government. I know that. So because of maybe nepotism or impartiality in employment, you have missed one. Here comes a case now. Our Public Service Board are being accused of this nepotism and impartiality in terms of employment. As a recruiting officer sitting in that panel, how will you ensure that you select a transparent board? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For Education, Honorable Anthony Ruto, Chair for Sports, Culture, and Welfare, Social Welfare, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Caleb, congratulations for this opportunity that you have been awarded by the appointing authority. Number one, my question number one. Caleb, many people will apply to be members of public service board. And maybe some of them could be your relatives. Meaning that during that situation, potential conflict of interest may arise. How will you be able to deal with the same if such a scenario happens? Number two, and the last one. You are here because of appointing authority. And we have external interference. And we don't want to ignore. How will you be able to handle the same so that your roles, duties, and responsibilities as election panel cannot be compromised? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair for Culture. I want to give it this opportunity to Honorable Terer, the Chair for Labor.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for this opportunity. And Mr. Caleb, as a professional lawyer and also the advocate of the High Court, I know you have represented a lot of clients within your law firm. Can you kindly cite some of the achievements you have made during the practice of the law for over 10 years you have done the practice. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. So you may, Honorable Vincent, you have one?
Yes,
okay.
I will
the final one.
One question. It's very important for us to understand as a committee that in your work as a selection panel, are there any litigation risks for the panelists? And again, are there any option for the candidates to challenge the process? And if so, what are the defense mechanisms? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe so that you respond to all of them, to add on the same. Also want to join my colleagues in asking you one question. As I said, it will never be used against you in making the decision. We've always been taken to court, of course, as an institution. You've always been representing parties against the county assembly. Is it that there is a cold blood between you and the institutions of the county assembly? That is one. Or you've never been engaged by the county assembly? Because every other time we have litigation, you are always against the county assembly. Number two, so that you tell us so that if there are areas that we need to improve, the better. Number two, you are an expert on law. You've informed this committee that you will be advising this selection panel on matters law. So you are an expert on matters law. There was a case between the county assembly and the impeached former county secretary. In that case, the case was ruled in favor of the county assembly. The reason was that you represented your client in a lower court, in a different court, that the court that handled that matter was not the right court. As an expert of law, why did you choose to take that route? Because there is a ruling that matter was not supposed to be heard in that court. As an expert of law and representing your client, why did you decide to go to that lower court? Because that also has implication. As you sit in that selection panel, the panelists will always depend on you on matters law. So if you are able to misadvise your client in the previous case, how sure are we that we have the right person to advise the panelists? And they are going to employ the members of the County Public Service Board who will ultimately be instrumental in solving the unemployment in our county and probably in our country, because we also expect members from other places to come and seek employment in our county. So kindly respond to those questions. If we will have extra ones, we will cross that bridge once we are there. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. To respond to the first questions by Honorable Maritim, I wish to clarify that I am married with 2 children. My spouse is called Judith Chebet Koskei. I note that my CV inadvertently indicates that I am single. I think it's an omission on my part. It was a typographical error. I need to update that CV. I have 2 children. I have been married since the year 2020.
So you are telling us that this CV was done probably before the year 2020?
No, Honorable Chair. That CV was forwarded to me as I stepped into the chamber. I had the right CV with me, only that I inadvertently left it in my car. I can submit the current updated CV. The only omission which I noted in that CV is that it indicates that I am single, whereas I'm married.
Caleb, if this committee approves your nomination to sit in that panel, we need very serious people. Even as the slightest mistake, will put our county into jeopardy, because we are dealing with the unemployment issues. You are vetting the people that is going to resolve the issues of unemployment. Yet you just for forgot. Why don't you, if you are single, you know, it depends. I was seeing a governor of a central bank, you know, was single at the age of 56. So there is nothing wrong in becoming single. So, because, you know, there are mistakes that we may say these are mistakes, but this one, you drafted this CV probably before 2020 if you got married in 2020. That shows that you are not a very serious, you are not serious about your work, and of course the work that the county assembly and the county executives wants to give you. Can you be, because you know you are talking under oath?
Honorable Chair, to clarify, I submitted declarations where I indicated that I am married. I am bound by the declarations I have submitted seeking clearance before the EACC as well as the DCI clearance. I therefore urge the committee to take the submission indicated in my declaration that I am married to be the rightful position of my marital status.
So that is to say the documents that we have, probably this was submitted to the county executive, isn't it? The file that we have, you know, we have a file here. Where did this file emanated from? I think it emanated from the county executive when they were sending your name to the county assembly. So you submitted the wrong documents to the county executive. Probably maybe the appointing authority probably needed, you know, someone who is single. And that is why you tailor-made your CV to, you know, suit the appointing authority, because the one that we have here is single. Probably I may need to have the updated CV so that, but just proceed as we look at this other one that you said it is updated.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also, related to that question, I urge the Honorable Committee to take note of the provisions of Article 27 of the Constitution, which indicate that no one should be discriminated on account of their marital status, and perhaps consider that to be an omission that can be cured by submission of the correct CV.
No, Caleb, you know what you are saying. I said that there is nothing wrong on your marital status. You can never be discriminated in anywhere. And I gave an example that we had a central bank governor who was not even married at the age of 56, 58. So, you know, what we are saying is that you are saying you are married. There was a question that was posed by a member that you indicated you are single. Probably you wanted maybe clarification, but you have said, no, I am not single. I am married. And you've already said that you are blessed with children. But in your CV, it is saying it is you are single. But the other CV, you are saying you are married. So it is you who is contradicting yourself, not us. But you can just proceed, no problem.
Sorry about that, Chair. Regarding the other question on nepotism and how I ended up being nominated, I wish to clarify that I believe, from where I stand, I believe that I was duly appointed as a representative of the Law Society of Kenya. No member of the Law Society, the Kericho chapter, has come forward contesting my nomination, perhaps as they acknowledge that I am duly qualified. I understand where the governor has prerogative to nominate members. That prerogative is vested in him. As to how he chose me, I may not be in a position to clearly expound on that. I would want to believe that it was courtesy of my experience and my qualifications that they considered me. I wish to declare before this honorable committee that I have no personal relation with anyone working at the county executive. I have no I have no relative working there. I have only interacted with members of this honorable house and members of the honorable committee in my professional capacity as an advocate. I therefore respectfully submit that it would be wrong to insinuate that I was selected on account of other considerations other than perhaps my qualification and professional experience.
Maybe on that issue, the honorable member we were just surprised, how did your name find yourself here? And of course we have a lot of lawyers in our county. Maybe we wanted to get from you, probably maybe you've done something explanatory well compared to the other advocates of the High Court that we have within our county. You know, so that is the premise on where such a question was posted by that member. But we are not doubting your qualification.
Honorable Chair, just to clarify perhaps on one of the considerations which I believe could have been taken into account before selecting me. As you will note from my CV, I currently run what would be considered one of the biggest and best law firms in Kericho. I have practiced for the last 10 years. If I was to submit our success ratio and our track record as a firm prior to my former boss, Mrs. Bethel, leaving and joining the bench, it has been exceptional. From within the legal circles in Kericho, many will attest that we do a good job. I have been instrumental in the success of that firm. I have practiced and personally handled matters. Since the year 2015, I was admitted. I have handled perhaps 80% of the matters that the firm handles, all the way to the Court of Appeal. We have a huge number of clientele, including, but not limited to corporates. That's if I believe the communication between these honorable House are privileged. I will disclose some of them for the purpose of giving context to our track record. We represent, among others, KTDA, Brown's Plantation, formerly Finlay's, Sotic Tea, and many other corporate institutions, which require, before you are selected to represent those corporate institutions, they require you to have submitted evidence of competence and met stringent criteria that they put in place while they select their counsel, external counsel. So I am privileged to have represented those institutions, and I believe that could also have been one of the considerations. So further, there was a question about how will I handle a scenario where a conflict of interest could arise when many people apply, whom I could be personally acquainted to some of them. Firstly, I wish to indicate that if selected as a member of the selection panel, I will myself personally ensure that the minimum requirements as per the law are adhered to, so that there is no question of someone being selected on account of their acquaintance to a member of the selection panel, either myself or any other person, but that selection should be informed by strict adherence to the minimum requirements of the law. Regarding conflict of interest, I believe I will be obligated to disclose whether any prospective applicant is personally known to me, and perhaps step aside if I am required to take a vote on that, on someone who is personally or closely related to me. But in all other respects, I undertake to ensure that the dictates of the law, the minimum requirements set by the law, are adhered to, and that any prospective nominees are considered, or the applications are considered within the strict dictates of the law, taking into account the principles as earlier highlighted under Article 10 and Article 232 of the Constitution. It would be a grave omission on my part to act outside those provisions of the law. I was also asked on the need to assure this honorable committee on whether external influence, whether my nomination was on account of extraneous considerations, and that may lead to external interference in the exercise of the functions of the selection panel. I want to assure this honorable committee that in as much as I was nominated by the executive to be part of the selection panel, I believe the nomination, the reason why we are here is to be vetted and to ensure that the nominees meet the minimum requirements as set by the law, and that I am competent to discharge my functions. And as I have just indicated, from a personal and professional point of view, I would be obligated to ensure that the dictates of the Constitution and the law are followed to the letter, in as much as I was nominated by the county executive. I would not take instructions from anyone. If I'm selected as a member of the selection panel, I will be guided by the law and the process adopted by the selection panel.
Maybe to interject, what happens when you are coerced, especially by other forces, not necessarily the appointing authority? You know, we have a lot of people in our county, very influential, for example, telling you that instead of taking candidate A, take candidate B. What would you do in such a scenario? Because it has happened before. You know, we are worried somehow because we've been interviewing members of this panel. Personally, I've interviewed around 2 sets of panelists for the membership of the County Public Service Board. And already, probably, maybe the appointing authority has already a lineup of the people that he wants to sit in that board. What will you do? Of course, when you are under pressure.
Honorable Chair, in the course of my last 10 years, on the course of the last 10 years as a private practitioner, I have been in situations where there are forces pushing you to compromise, there are forces pushing you to do or take instructions contrary to your client's instructions. In all respects, I stand firm. I would never budge under pressure. As long as what I'm doing is right and within the law, I would not entertain, or I will not budge under that pressure. Pressure is always, prevalent in such roles, but I believe my role as a practitioner, I have stood firm for the last 10 years. I have practiced with due regard to instructions, acted within the law, and I have never been compromised in the course of my practice. I believe that counts for something. I would not deviate from that just because of this one exercise. I will stand true to my beliefs, stand true to the law, my fidelity to the law and the Constitution.
Chairman, sorry for interruption. Yes. Suppose now, when it comes to worst, you have been instructed to nominate somebody A. When it comes to worst and they insist, what will you do?
I understand that I will not, I will just be a member of the panel. On my part, if it comes to taking the vote, I will take the vote with the law, in accordance with the law. Whoever I feel, or I also, maybe to also put it in context, I understand that canvassing is in itself wrong and would ordinarily disqualify someone. I would disclose in my report that someone has canvassed and should accordingly be disqualified. Whether the other members of the selection panel would take that into account, but I would have it on record that there has been canvassing, that someone has tried to influence me, and I believe that is wrong and that such person should be disqualified. Yes. I believe.
Thank you, Honorable Vincent. I had a question.
There were questions that I asked her.
I doubt whether he has finished responding.
Oh, you are still responding?
Yes.
Yes. I was also asked to expound on my professional role to highlight my achievements and litigation. I will start with litigation risks as a panel. First of all, I believe the first litigation risk, as members of the panels are aware, the members of the selection panel are not appointed in accordance with the law, or where some do not meet the requirements set out. That would pose a litigation risk. One way of avoiding that risk is ensuring that the minimum requirements are met, so that if someone goes to court, and that due process is followed, so that if someone goes to court, they would not have any bona fide ground upon which they can challenge the suitability of any member of the selection panel. I believe that then should be the responsibility of this Honorable House.
Are there risks that maybe will come during that process now when you are doing the interviews? For example, canvassing, those other things. Are there those litigations that might come out of that process? And again, is there a chance for the candidate to appeal the process? And what will you do if somebody comes and say, this was not fair?
Yes, I believe the process is adequately set out under sections 58 to 72. To first address that question, yes, litigation risk could also arise where someone feels they have been unduly left out or not being considered on account of other reasons, maybe lack of qualification, or as you say, canvassing. I note that the law also affords some leeway to the selection panel to adopt a process. The process, I believe, that should be adopted by the selection panel should clearly highlight what is required of the members of the selection panel, the process they should invoke in selecting these members of the board, the nominees, and of course, taking into consideration the minimum requirements of the law. As you will understand, one cannot really say, cannot discount the fact that people could still move to court. We are a very litigious country, and our constitution, even for lack of, say, public participation or violation of the alleged violation of the constitution, one could still move the court. The constitution affords each and every person the right to approach the court for legal redress. But as a member of the selection panel, I believe in as much as those risks exist, it will be our obligation to ensure that everything that is done is above board and is in accordance with the law, so that even if whoever chooses to go to court, the process is not impugned by the court, that the court finds that we acted within the law. So the risks are always there. One way of avoiding them is just to ensure that due process and the law is followed, and due consideration is had to the principles governing selection of
proceed to the other questions.
Yes.
I think you've adequately responded to that.
Honorable Chair asked me a question about a matter that I represented the former county secretary against the county assembly. First of all, I wish to clarify that I have no personal interest in any matters that I handle. I only appear as a representative of whoever instructs me. Unfortunately, we are not in the panel of the county assembly, so we've not been considered for any work. I perhaps going forward will apply to be considered. I think it's something that I'm very much interested in pursuing. I would really appreciate it if I am, of course, taken into the panel of the county assembly.
So you are not in the panel as at now?
As at now, we are not in the panel of either the county executive or the county assembly.
You left, is it deliberately or by design that you don't want to be part of the panel of the county assembly?
No, Honorable Chair. We have not, at the time, as of last year, we had not applied to join the panel. It's something that I'll consider going forward, but it is not out of any ill will towards the county executive or the county assembly. As an advocate, I only represent clients, and of course to maintain my objectivity where I have no personal interest. If I am approached today and I'm in the panel of the county assembly, I'll pursue the cause within the law as instructed by the county assembly, just like I would represent any other person. I therefore urge the committee not to take it against me that I represented the former county secretary against the county assembly. I am
Chairman,
also advised.
So I think you've clarified, you represented the former county secretary privately because he approached you.
Yes.
And it is your obligation as a lawyer. Now, I don't know whether you're part of the matter that, you represented the former deputy speaker. You were not there.
No.
Katwa Kigan and the others.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So I also want to dispel fears that we, as I said initially, that we will be very, very objective. Such information should never be used against you anywhere.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also wish to clarify that as an advocate, as I earlier indicated, I have no personal interest in the matter, in any matter that I handle. Every person in any event is entitled under the Constitution to legal representation. If anyone comes before me and instructs me, I will take up the matter and pursue it within the strict provisions of the law. Honorable Chair also informed me of a ruling that went against the former county secretary, or perhaps on account of, say, the matter having been filed before the wrong court. I have not had the chance to see that ruling. I lost instructions. Yes, I lost instructions from the client about 3 months ago. I am not aware whether a ruling has been delivered indicating that the matter was filed before the wrong court. But maybe to give a background why that matter was filed before the Chief Magistrate Court as opposed to...
So you are saying that you do not even aware, you are not aware of the ruling of the case that you represented your client?
I am not aware, as I have lost instructions from the client. I intend to submit an application to cease acting in that matter. The client advised me that going forward, and in the first instance, there was an indication that there was an attempt to settle the matter out of court, after which I lost contact with the client, and I have not had a chance to look at a ruling or any ruling that has been delivered in the intervening period. Regarding whether I misadvised the client in question to file the matter before the Chief Magistrate Court. That is a question, I believe that is sub judice, still before court, but from where I stood at the time, the former county secretary, having resigned from office, ceased being subject of the process of this Honorable House. So that as at the time, that by the instructions of the client, of course, so that as at the time he was being impeached from where we stood, he was a private citizen, not subject to the process of the Honorable House. Hence, the matter having been filed before the Chief Magistrate Court. Filed, we were not necessarily challenging the powers of this Honorable Court to impeach any member of the county executive, but instead, we were of the opinion that this Honorable House would not have jurisdiction, would not have the powers to impeach a private citizen. That's what prompted the filing of the matter before the Chief Magistrate Court. So I therefore respectfully submit that I do not believe, or it would not be fair to indicate or to say I misadvised the client. It was, my advice was bona fide. It was within what we considered
But
was
then,
right in the circumstances.
because we are interested parties, the ruling was made that the filing was done at the wrong court. So that is to say, the person
took us to court, probably some of the prayers was that he was still the employee, because the matter was referred to a labor court, something of the sort. So anyway, proceed with the other part of that question.
So, much as I have indicated that I have not had a chance to look at the ruling, but also just to clarify, courts also get it wrong sometimes. There are matters we have pursued all the way to the Court of Appeal and had a different outcome. So the determination as at this stage would not necessarily be said to be final until the appellate processes are completed. But I don't have instructions as we speak to appeal or take any further action in that matter. I was also asked to highlight my achievements in the course of my 10 years as a practitioner. And
as you highlight your achievement, yes, you also align it to the positions that you're being nominated to, that your major work is to recruit. So as you also give us your success, so as part of your experience, you also tell us whether you've taken part in probably doing the work that you've been nominated to.
Yes, I will highlight my achievements, specifically.
And I give you 2 minutes to do that.
Thank you. Specifically related to the matter at hand, as I indicated, I have had the opportunity of representing various multinationals and corporates. Most of the issues that these corporates have regard management of their human resources. We have litigated, case in point, we have litigated all the way to the Court of Appeal representing KTDA, Yanchore Tea Factory, to the Court of Appeal in one of the matters, and the Court of Appeal found in our favor. In that matter, the issues at hand was, of course, related to employment and administration of the company's legal resources, human resources. I believe that my experience in handling employment and labor relations matters, constitutional matters.
Out of curiosity,
yes,
the one for KTDA,
yes,
you were representing who?
I was representing KTDA, that is the employer.
Yes, against the employees who are the workers.
Yes.
And you won.
And yes, among many others.
You know, that is why you were representing a company.
Yes.
Against the workers. Now, we are giving you an opportunity, if you give you an opportunity now to select, to interview for us the members of the County Public Service Board who, in our view, should be very fair in terms of employment. You know, your line of representation, if I may say, you are representing the company probably to rule against the workers. I thought you should be representing the workers somehow, because the people that you are going to recruit generally, we need them to be on the side of the workers most of the time, to be on the side of, but you are always opposite. Between the county assembly and the county executive, you always go to the executive. The members of the county assembly, in essence, are the people who are on the ground. We normally fight for the rights of the people, but you are always opposite. Anyway, proceed.
Yes.
What was the other case?
Yes, I have also represented, to clarify, I have also prosecuted cases against companies, representing employees. I was just highlighting that, having been on the other side defending companies, I understand the pitfalls. And I have been in a position to advise companies on where they need to address the concerns they need to address within their departments to ensure that they are not exposed to litigation. Now, that my experience in that regard will come in handy in advising or in ensuring that competent board members are selected, board members that would appreciate and would not necessarily expose the county executive, the county government to unnecessary litigation in terms as they administer or as they exercise disciplinary control over employees. My experience, on the other hand, representing employees against companies comes in handy in that I can identify pitfalls and shortcomings where on the part of the employees and also on the part of the employers. So I believe for purposes of this selection panel and for purposes of the Public Service Board, I would be in a position to highlight generally the dictates of the law regarding management of human resources.
Thank you. Have you finished? I think the 2 minutes is over. Maybe closing remarks. I give you 30 seconds for your closing remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In my closing remarks, I want to appreciate the opportunity afforded to me by the Honorable Committee to appear before you and make representations in support of my case for being for selection as a member of the selection panel. I do not take it for granted that you've taken your time to listen to me and afforded me an opportunity to appear before you. I appreciate that and thank you very much.
Thank you, Caleb, for also finding time and being nominated. Should you get an opportunity to sit in that panel, Caleb, we request you that you go even beyond the integrity issues in trying to get the board members who will assist the people of this county. Try as much as possible, apart from the strict dictates of the law, you do even a background check of some of these people. We've seen people here giving us very good, academic qualification, all what is required in Chapter 6. But when you ask them their previous workplace, they'll tell you a contrary of what is there in the paper. So we want to kindly urge you, if you get this opportunity to sit in that panel, of course, an advocate, kindly do a background check on some of these people, where they came from. You may find some of them, ask even some of their neighbors. You may use the institutions that is set up by government to get information for some of these people. You might get that someone has been employing relatives throughout his career in previous workplace. So we do not want such to be transferred in our county, even if that person has all the qualifications required by law. So walk the extra mile to make sure that we get, apart from competent, we get people who can be fair to the residents in terms of employment and the working force in our county. Otherwise, we wish you well. We want to thank you for getting time to come here. I want to request our Sergeant at Arms to make sure that you are given all your documents, and I think lunch is ready, so you serve him with lunch in our boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
share us with the documents, including the ID, for us to ascertain whether the nominee before us is indeed Alfred. That's okay. So Alfred, you're welcome to this appointments committee, which is scheduled to vet you as you've been nominated to the selection panel for the chairperson and members of the County Public Service Board. Okay, so Alfred, you're up. You're from Bureti. It's okay. So the documents, I'm sure you saw from the invitation notice what you need to have. We will get to see. You will share with us so that we go through as we proceed. I want to request, so that we'll do introduction later, the county attorney, the attorney, not the county attorney, but the legal officer, legal officer, to administer the oath to the nominee.
I, Alfred Chiriot Rob, evidence that I shall give before this committee is the truth, the whole truth, but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. So to start us off, I want to invite my colleagues who are here today to introduce themselves, starting from Honorable Maritim.
Thank you, Chair. I am David Maritim, MCA Gypsy Onward, a member of this committee. Welcome, Prof.
And let me request, in case of conflict of interest, you may have to declare so that we settle once and for all.
No conflict of interest, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I am Sila Julius, representing of Waldai. I am a member of the committee. The guest before us is a new face. I've never seen him before. Thank you.
Honorable Ruto, going back.
Thank you. I'm Anthony Ruto, MCA Kipkele Anwad, and also a member to this committee. Welcome, my brother.
Thank you so much, Chairman. My name is Francis Terer, MCA representing the great people of Jebo North, and I want to declare interest, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Rob Alfred is my great friend. He has been a great friend for a long time. So that does not mean that our friendship with Honorable Alfred will not in any way affect the outcome of this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Vincent Korir. I represent the great people of Londiane, and I want to declare that I know Alfred, but knowing him will not affect the process of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give to the Secretariat.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharon Mibe, Deputy Clerk, Legislative Services.
Good afternoon. My name is Kibet Peter, the Legal Officer. Thank you.
Cherono Winnie, Legal Officer.
Mercy Kipkele, Auditor.
Justice Maritim, Sergeant at Arms.
And we have Patrick on the other side. It's okay. Rob, my name is Honorable Proti Chirogon, MCA representing Sigawit in Sigawit, so in sub-county. I'm standing in for the chairperson, who is the Speaker of the County Assembly, who apparently has an assignment, but we will proceed. I want to give you this opportunity to introduce yourself extensively for us to start the whole process.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman, for the opportunity you've accorded me to introduce myself. I'm Mr. Rob Alfred, currently the Executive Secretary, Kenya National Union of Teachers, Bureti branch, and also member of the National Executive Council representing Rift Valley. I was born way back in 1974 and began schooling in the year 1980. In the year 1988, I did my KCP and excelled to join Form 1 in Cheborge Boys Secondary School within Bureti Sub-County. I did my KCSE in 1992, and later on, in 1993, joined Mosoria Teachers Training College to train as a P1 teacher. Chairman, immediately I graduated in the year 1995. I was employed and posted to Kipkele Primary School, where I taught for a number of years. Later on in 2005, I was promoted the deputy head teacher and posted to Chemoiben Primary, a position I held only for 2 terms. In 2006, I was promoted to be the head teacher of Rungut Primary School. Later on, transferred to Kapsumet Primary School, where I served until 2019, when I came out on secondment to serve the teachers, the great teachers of Bureti Sub-County as the executive secretary. Sir, while serving as a teacher, I developed interest in art politics. And I became a member of the PEC representing Litein Zone from 2006 to 2011. The teachers of Bureti saw it well to elect me their branch chairman immediately after having served as a PEC, a position I held from 2011 to 2019. Sir, in 2019, the 10th executive secretary retired, and I showed interest, and the teachers of Bureti elected me as their branch executive secretary. I've served as an executive secretary from 2019 to date. In 2021, I showed interest for the position of the National Executive Council to be a member. Unfortunately, I lost. 2023, when our brother, the late Stanley Mutai, went to be with the Lord, we rearranged ourselves. And a colleague from Pomet took over as the first vice national chairman, a position which was held by the late Stanley Mutai. The position of the National Executive Council fell vacant, and I showed interest. And I must thank the teachers and the delegates of Rift Valley for electing me a member of the National Executive Council. I want to appreciate the fact that I've been nominated to the selection panel of this great magnitude. I realize the duty that is before me is quite enormous, but I'm equal to the task given an opportunity. Sir, the people we are just about to select are very important personnel as far as a county government is concerned. They will be dealing with human resource, mostly human resource management. And if done right from the word go, I want to believe the work of the trade unionist will be short and very brave. Thank you, sir. I'm humbled.
Thank you, Alfred Cheriot-Rop, for that introduction, and you've really articulated your representation in the Kenya National Union of Teachers, and you've stated how you intend to, should this committee nominate you, approves your nomination, how you intend to join the other team towards selecting the right people to represent this county in the County Public Service Board. I wouldn't wish to take much, but I want to invite my colleagues who are here to ask a few questions so that we proceed. Anyone who wants to start? Honorable Ruto.
Mr. Alfred, congratulations for being considered among the many. My questions are as follows. Mr. Alfred, you will be sitting in the selection panel to recruit members of Public Service Board. And the same members should be aware of the functions and powers of Public Service Board. On the same note, could you please enumerate some of the functions and powers of Public Service Board? Number two, we expect selection committee to provide our good county with people of integrity, people who will at the end of the day execute the mandate of that particular office without any favor. What are some of the factors that you will put into consideration when you will be doing your work? Number three, potential conflicts. This one will not be avoided. Many people will be applying, will apply for that position, and maybe some will be your relatives. If in any case a scenario like that presents itself, how will you be able to handle the same so that you can be able to avoid conflict of interest? The last one, Honorable Chair. Mr. Alfred, you are here because of appointing authority. And we acknowledge it. Here is a case of external influence. How will you be able to do your work as a selection panel without any interference from outside? For instance, appointing authority can request you to settle on one of the people that will be appearing before your committee. What mechanisms are you going to put in place so that you are not compromised in any way, so that you can be able to do your work diligently without any interference? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I would request Honorable Rob that you take down at least 3, then you'll answer that, then we can go to the last round. Any member?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Alfred, I will only ask a few questions. First of all, because you will be a selection panel recruiting a very competent public service board members, how will you ensure that you select candidates who have high integrity and values? Because you see, they will also be recruiting staff for this county. What steps will you take to ensure you get the best candidates with high integrity? Furthermore, I would like to know how your interest as trade unionist will be covered by selecting the candidates that suits maybe the interest of trade union. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? You can answer those.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Ruto has posed some very pertinent questions. One is on the functions and powers of County Public Service Board. Sir, as far as I know, this is a team vested with a number of duties and powers to undertake. One is on recruitment and selection. They will be responsible in recruiting and selecting. In case there is a vacant office within the county, they will appoint a person to hold that office or act in that particular office. Number two, in case there is need to create an office, it will be the responsibility of the County Public Service Board to create an office. And in the event also that there is an office that is dormant and of no use, it is the same board that is vested with the powers to abolish such an office. Sir, the Public Service Board, the County Public Service Board, can also recommend to the SRC, they can recommend to the SRC what should be done as far as remuneration, the pension, the gratuities of employees within the county. And that is why I was saying in my introduction that when we get it right, to get the right board, the work of the trade unionism will be so much reduced. Another function of the Public Service Board is cascading down Article 10 of the Kenya Constitution that touches on the values and principles of governance, talking about the integrity. That one also should be brought down to the county. They're also supposed to exercise disciplinary control. Supposed to exercise disciplinary control as well as performance management. They're supposed to evaluate and monitor the work done by the county personnel. Question number 2, Chairman. Selection committee should provide people with integrity. That this one I will twin it to the one given by Honorable Kurir, that how will you ensure that you will select people with high integrity and values. People should come.
Sorry?
I've skipped something.
The second one.
One was on potential conflicts, and the next one, external influence.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable. Potential conflict. I know it has been also declared by some members. The first thing I will do, in the event that such a thing present itself, I will declare interest. Where possible, can step aside for others to carry out with the duty, if it is affecting so much. Hope I've answered that one. Appointing authority or external influence. Sir, according to Article 27 on equality and freedom from discrimination, it stated clear that all of us are equal before the law, and none should be discriminated against. Kericho County is quite fast. We've got 6 sub-counties, ranging from Pureti, Pelgut, Soin Sikowit, Ainamoi, Kipkele, and Sitlondiani. Thank you. We should have people coming from across should be treated equally and given equal chance. And that is why I'm saying Article number 27 will be very important. Whoever will also be trying to influence such a very critical exercise should be acting contrary to the law. One of our motto in KNUT is service and justice. Justice to everyone. So I will always stand by our motto in KNUT, service and justice, and do justice to all, without allowing anybody to influence me or the team that I will be working with.
Through the Honorable Chair, you have already explained how you will handle external influence, if in any case happens. But, Mr. Alfred,
no.
If the appointing authority approach you and tell you that it should be so and so, what are you going to do?
Alfred, in a nutshell, I want you to answer this way. How did you end up here? Did you go through a competitive process, or the appointing authority approached you to come be part of this select committee for you to serve the interest of the appointing authority? We are saying, suppose the governor approaches you and tells you that, as a member of the Public Service Board, I want so and so from Kipkele. So at that point, it doesn't matter how competent the others are. You're only interested in one person. How will you handle such a situation?
Thank you, Chairman. As I said, I've got my own principles to also defend. And the appointing authority, I want to believe, do not appoint me to go and serve their interest or his interest. I'll be serving the interests of the people of Kericho County. And for that matter, the people who have presented themselves for this kind of interviews. So I will decline. I will not take that kind of advice. And I did mention before, Mr. Chairman, that such a person approaching you in such a situation will also be acting contrary to the law. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can proceed with the others.
I think the last one is, how will I ensure that the people selected will be of high integrity, will be of high integrity. I'll twin together with the selection functions, sorry. There is a question also that was raised by Honorable Ruta, which is almost similar to this. So let me answer this. This, I believe it will cover the two. Chairman, the people who should present themselves to this selection panel should meet Chapter 6 of the Kenya Constitution, that is on leadership and integrity. These people also should be in possession with bachelor's degree. They should be personnel with experience of not less than 5 years. And for the chairman, experience of not less than 10 years. Sir, to always get the best, I want to believe from the interaction, they will be able to communicate, they will be able to talk. And from there, we'll be able to see who among them is the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There was a question by Honorable Vincent Korir on how will you ensure the interest of the workers' union you are representing will be catered for during the selection of these candidates. I mean, there was something like that. That was the last question from him.
Interest of workers?
Interest of the workers' union. How will you ensure those interests are catered for during the selection process?
Okay. Fine. The interests of workers are huge, ranging from remuneration, gratuities, pension, name them, and even their working conditions. I'd say that if we get the right team to work as County Public Service Board, half of the work done by the trade unionist will be half solved. You realize, if at all, the selection, the County Public Service Board will understand their duties and do them as expected, then I want to believe everybody will be comfortable. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'll give this to Honorable, who else? Honorable Siele, and then Honorable Terrell Francis.
Thank you, Chair. Alfred, from the introduction, you have not shown us whether you have been in any vetting committee before, or it will be your first time to be on that position. Then, if it will challenge you, how will you handle? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Terrell.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Mr. Alfred, as a leader of the NAT, can you kindly enumerate your achievements in that capacity as a branch executive secretary of NAT? Can you cite some achievements we have made with the union?
Thank you. And then so that we wind, I want you to there is something that I want you to put it very plainly. Number one, I'm aware I'm really happy that you're part of the selection panel that will eventually, should this committee approves your name, you will be the one to conduct interviews for the members of the Public Service Board, the chairman, and the secretary. And I'm really happy because you have an idea of what's happening. It is stated in Section 58 of the County Governments Act. The same is also, you've talked about Article 10 of the Constitution, the national values and principles governing the public officers. I want you to tell this committee or convince this committee that given the opportunity, At this point in time, you've stated rightfully your intention should you be given chance. So I'll not ask you again how you ended up here, whether it was through an interview or it was, because I've seen you coming from Rungut, where the governor was born. He could have, as a neighbor, given you an opportunity, but that does not matter now that you're here. But I want you to convince the committee that regardless of whoever gave you an opportunity, how will you ensure that the people who are going to give the opportunity, the people who are going to interview and subsequently give their names to the governor, will be the people who will redeem the image of the public service in this county. Mr. Rob, we have a broken down public service in this county. You've seen lately, and I want you to note, recently in Kericho Referral Hospital, we had 2 clinical officers who were arrested. They are not employees, but they were contracted by other employees. These are qualified personnel, but they are not hired by the county government. But they were carrying out procedures without being the members of staff of this county. Again, we have in this county officers who do not report to the office. Lately, we have the team from environment. You remember environment is supposed to ensure the county government of Kericho, all our towns are clean. There are those who just stayed at home, and the public service board and their immediate supervisors have done nothing. So we have people who are earning salary and they are not working. And lastly, we have a public service board that has not been able to properly discipline staff. You saw in the media the other day, an officer registered a pay bill and collected on behalf of the county. It is something that was detected way back from 2019, but nothing was done. Now, this is when you enumerated the roles of the public service board, you talked about carrying out discipline and ensuring the staff are doing what is right. I want you to convince this committee that given chance, that you, Alfred Cheriot-Rop, is part of the selection panel that will have been approved by this committee and subsequently endorsed by the House. You will do a very good job and give us people of good standing who will lead this county and ensure the public service is as it should be. Please.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Beginning with the first question that was raised,
Honorable Shelley's question.
Honorable Shelley's question, that as a leader of NAT, the vetting committee.
The successes, was it?
Achievements,
it was
Perez.
Perez.
Honorable Shelley talked about, should I not? That is what you said. Shelley, Honorable Shelley, I do not want to be very pessimistic, but I want to be optimistic that given an opportunity, together with the others, I'll be a team player in ensuring that all that is required is followed till we get the right team to serve as County Public Service Board. Honorable Terrell asked me to enumerate achievement while serving as a NAT official. Sir, in the branch level, we've been able to carry out welfare issues. The welfare of the teachers have been looked into, and we've continued to assist them where possible. That is one. Number two is on international level, advocating for better terms of teachers. When I began teaching way back in 1995, as I did say, my basic salary was 3,695. Through agitation and negotiation with the employer, Teacher Service Commission, we've been able to see salary of a teacher joining employment rise from as low as the 3,695 to 25 to a basic salary of about 25,000. So all that was a collective responsibility of union officials to negotiate with the employer and ensure that their terms are improved. Sir, there was a policy that was quite backward, the policy on delocalization. A number of teachers had been delocalized from their home counties to other counties. Through our agitation, we were able to fight that policy. And as we talk today, the policy has been scrapped, and all teachers, and especially the administrators now who have been delocalized, have been brought back home or have been taken back to their home counties. The last one, Mr. Chairman, the exercise and the work that is just before the selection panel is not a very easy exercise. But I do commit myself, together with the others whom we shall be together in the team, to carry out a rigorous exercise in ensuring that we leave nothing behind. We shall leave no stone unturned as far as trying to establish who the right public service board should be for this county. And that's why we're asking everybody, openly and openly, that there should not be any political interference. There should not be any external interference. Give us the duty and expect the best results. We shall work within the law. We shall also work as by the guidelines given to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Honorable Korir. And maybe one last member so that we give you, make your last remarks. And I think we will be done.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alfred, I would like to know from you, if selected as a panel, a selection panel member, what kind of tools will you develop to use in maybe vetting or interviewing the candidates, the tools? Again, how will you score the candidates? Because you see, you, apart from the other things, how will you score that candidate so that you say, we have the best, and maybe those who might not have performed. And then again, the last one, I would like to know from you how you will be fair and impartial in the process.
Thank you. And Honorable Maritim.
Okay, Chairman, I'm late. Sorry. So I want to ask Chariot Rob. There has been, we know we are in Kenya, and I don't know how you get here, how you are named, just landed in the assembly, we don't know. And for that case, therefore, there are some quotas whom they know you, they forwarded your name. Even in case now, during your recruitment of this board, even in case they call you and they give you pressure to succumb to their needs, like appointing, like making an appointment which is not fit, what will you do? Again, there are some outcries in this county and the whole republic that there is unfairness in employment, and fairness in promotion, what mechanism will you use to ensure that you choose the right board, which is fair and free? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe there is an...
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Alfred, I've got one concern. The position that you held now, will this, if the committee will consider your request, will it affect your work as part of NUT? Will it affect the work that will give you, or the position that you might be given by the committee?
Thank you. So maybe you can answer this one quickly.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Honorable Kurir asked about the tools, if approved, the tools that we shall use while scoring and also while interviewing. Sir, I know this is a collective responsibility. Immediately you are done with this exercise, my belief is that the chairman will convene a meeting, and from that meeting, minutes will be written, development of tools will also be made. So I want to say it will not be a one-man show to say that this is what I will do or this is what we shall do. But there are those that are general. One is the Kenya Constitution. It will be there for use. The County Government Acts will also be there for us to guide us or to guide the process. Then of course, we shall also be looking at the past. What was done in the past and did not work, so that we see and can come up with ways of improving from where we are. It's very unfortunate when we hear incidences like the one that were said by the chairman, about personnel working in an hospital and they didn't have the license to work in the hospital. Yet we have the County Public Service Board. That is very unfortunate, and that is why we're saying we should all try as much as possible to come up with a team with integrity. So scoring, Chairman, I want to believe this one we shall develop it together with the others. Honorable Maritim asked about, he mentioned about, I think the question is almost similar to the one that I had answered, how your name gets here, and in case pressure is given by external forces. I don't know whether Honorable Maritim was in when I answered this. I did say, Honorable Maritim, that article number 27 on equality and freedom from discrimination will be followed. Will not allow anybody to discriminate against anyone. And I said that any external force trying to influence the process will be doing it against the law. Thank you. Position that you hold, will it affect your work as NAT Executive Secretary? In 2019, immediately I was given to become the Executive Secretary. I ceased being a classroom teacher. So I left the classroom to come to the office. And in the office, amongst the functions that we are doing are functions that can assist both the teachers and other employees. So I want to believe I'll be rightfully within my duties while serving under that. Already, the Secretary General Kenya National Union of Teachers, Brother Collins Oyu, has given a recommendation to this assembly. He wrote a letter to the speaker and the chairman of this panel, and he gave his recommendation. Prove enough that given that opportunity, he will be aware that I have got an added responsibility. I want to believe I've answered everything.
Fair enough. I think you've touched on almost everything that was raised.
Thank you, Chair.
At this point in time, I want to give you this opportunity to make your closing remarks. Then I think I'll be able to give a way forward.
Thank you so much, Chairman. On my closing remarks, I wish to thank you for listening to me. Secondly, allow me also to use this opportunity to thank the County Assembly and the County Government of Kericho on behalf of the ECD teachers and the doctors. Sometimes back, you employed all the ECD teachers, not all, but some, on permanent and pensionable terms, giving them very attractive packages. We want to appreciate that. As a representative of the workers, we appreciate what you did, and we want to ask you that continue to keep up the good work. The other week, you also employed the doctors on permanent and pensionable terms. I want to believe it was with the approval of this assembly, and we also appreciate. As a representative of the workers, we sincerely appreciate what you're doing. If all of us, every day, will find in our hearts to do the right thing, our clean county will become great and will always be like a lamp lit and put in a hill for everybody to see. Thank you so much. May the Almighty God bless all of us.
Thank you so much, Alfred Drop, for the time we've had together. I must also appreciate the accolades we've given to this county and to this assembly. And just because we're on record, it took the intervention of this assembly for the doctors, the nurses, the clinical officers, all those officers who are on contract to be confirmed. They do the budget, we do approve. At that point, even the ECD teachers, it was the input of this house that resulted in their confirmation. We will also be hiring another 210. Immediately will give us should this house approves your nomination, you will get us the public service board team, who will then hire another 210 before the end of the financial year. We are grateful for the time. I'll ask the sergeant at arms, ensure the nominee has all his documents intact. Of course, we saw the letter from the NAT, which is it's a plus. And sergeant at arms, ensure the candidate or the nominee is served with tea. And whenever you are around here, please welcome to our assembly. We are hospitable people.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know whether I can respond to that. I had some tears lunch, and I'm so grateful. In fact, I don't know, my MCO, I was telling him outside there that when are you retiring? We might also consider coming. Otherwise, thank you.
Welcome, thank you. Sergeant at arms, and then you bring in the other nominee. Thank you.
for according me this opportunity to appear before this panel. Chairman, I want to first of all tender my apologies for what transpired yesterday. I'm sincerely apologetic for that. Secondly, I also want to thank the committee, or rather the panel, for giving me this opportunity to appear before them. Chairman, my name is Philip Kipkele Langat. I was born and raised in Kericho County, Bureti sub-county, in Kisiara ward, in Tulut location, Kelelwa sub-location, Tulut village. Chairman, I went to school, primary school in Tulut primary school, and then when I was in class 5, I got transferred to another academy called Bureti Junior Academy, where I finished my class 8, and then proceeded to Litin Boys High School in 2005. Chairman, I finished my secondary education at Litin High School, whereupon I was invited by the Joint Admission Board to study a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and Economics from the University of Nairobi. At the same time, Chairman, I also pursued a self-sponsored degree course, a Bachelor of Arts in Law, at the same university. Thereafter, I graduated in 2014 for my BA, and also graduated in 2016 for my LLB, respectively. Thereafter, in 2017, Chairman, I went to Kenya School of Law, where I started my post-graduate degree, or rather the Advocates Training Program, where I completed in 2018, even though I was officially admitted into the bar in 2021. So, Speaker, that is as far as my academic background is concerned. So, Speaker, my personal life, my name, as I've told you, is Philip Kipkele Langat. But Speaker, Chairman, I am a Christian by faith, and I think that is all from my personal.
You are a Christian?
Yes, I profess Christianity as my religion.
That's okay.
Chairman.
Okay.
Yes, I attend Kelelwa Pefa Church, which is just a stone's throw away from my home. Chairman, that is as far as my personal life is concerned. Now, to my work experience, Chairman, when I completed university in 2016, I became an intern. As you would see in my documents, I became an intern at the Institute of Education and Democracy. I also briefly worked for the ministry as an intern, for a foreign ministry. Then thereafter, I did my pupillage at the firm of Mbuthia, Kinyanjui and Company Advocates, and I was later employed by an established law firm called McDonald and Company Advocates. After that, Chairman, I started my own law firm where I am currently practicing under the name and style of PK Langat and Company, and we are located in Nairobi. That is as far as my work experience is concerned. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would also wish that you inform this committee. Have you ever been given any, have you been nominated to represent this county in any other role other than this one? I think it's important you do that.
Yes, Chairman. I worked for under Captain Richard Tor, retired Captain Richard Tor, during the task force for multinationals and the small tea holder subsector. And I worked for the county executive, and I also interacted with members of this Honorable Assembly when we were taking opinions from them. later on we came up with a very robust recommendation and report, which I think there is a copy that was deposited in this assembly. And Chairman, I can assure you that because I know this, the entire county is going to implement the report. When the report is going to be implemented, I know for sure the people of Kericho will enjoy the fruits of that report.
Okay, thank you, Philip, for that information. It was important because there are members who are here who were not yesterday when you appeared before the committee. So this is not the first time you are nominated by the executive to any particular role in this county. So you're welcome again. We will not take much time, but we will take the shortest time now that this is a resumption of our proceedings yesterday. Philip, before I give to most of my colleagues who are here, I want you to note down, because I'll give 3 and then maybe the last 2, and then we'll give you make your remarks, and then we are done. Remember, you've been nominated to selection panel that is going to interview the possible candidates for the position of the county secretary. And remember, that office fell vacant after the impeachment of the previous holder of the office. I want to believe you might be aware of a few issues that resulted in his impeachment. You will be able to tell this committee if you know of anything that he was accused of until he was impeached. Number 2, as a lawyer, because you are the act states that selection panel should have an advocate of the High Court as part of the team that is going to conduct the search for the county secretary. You've acquainted yourself with Section 69 of the County Governments Act, the redesignation of officers. The reason why we impeached the previous holder of the office is because he usurped powers. He began transferring officers within a department, and that is not his role. Section 72 of the County Governments Act states clearly that the county secretary can only move officers across the department. Number 2, at Section 69 is the redesignation. There was 2 unfortunate incidences, or 3 even. One, he made the director human resource to become a sub-county administrator. That is against the law. Again, the assistant director in charge of education was made to be an administrative officer in the office of the deputy governor. Again, it was in total violation of the law. And if you go through Section 69, it is very clear on how an officer can be redesignated. You can redesignate even without disadvantaging that particular officer. And again, where there is a vacancy. So that is what happened. And then lastly, Article 235 of the Constitution, the staffing of the county officers, governments, it is done by the County Public Service Board, but in consultation with the head of the public service, and that is the county secretary. I want to ask you, as an advocate of the High Court, who's been nominated to a selection panel to look for a suitable candidate, should we, as a committee, endorse you and the House approves you, tell this committee how you intend to participate in that selection process to ensure we get the right county secretary who will steer this county to success, and so that we do not anticipate any other impeachment process or dismissal of the office holder. I want to invite 2 of my colleagues to maybe ask you, and then you answer.
Mr. Langat.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
My question, Mr. Langat, if you are accorded this opportunity, you will be sitting in a panel that will try to identify a suitable person who will be county secretary. Mr. Langat, there are functions and powers that go with that particular office of a county secretary. Could you please enumerate some of the duties and responsibilities of a county secretary? Number 2, many applicants will appear before you during that recruitment. Mr. Langat, what factors will you put in place so that at the end of the day, you can be able to arrive at a suitable person? Number 3, many applicants will tender their applications and they will appear before you. Definitely, potential conflicts will arise because some of them might be your relatives or friends. How will you be able to handle such situation? The last one, Honorable Chair. Mr. Langat, you have been given this opportunity by the appointing authority. The same authority again can request you to settle on a particular person. And maybe that particular person may have not performed well during the interview. In other words, that one is an external influence that may arise. How will you be able to handle such a scenario? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ruto. Honorable Korir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Philip, congratulations for this opportunity. Now, I want to give you a scenario where if you successfully are selected to be in the panel and you select a candidate basing on all those criteria, but unfortunately in this house he is rejected by the members. While you are sitting in your office, you hear that that member who you interviewed is not qualified and has been debated and the issues raised here. What will you think, and where will you have failed if that candidate is rejected here? And again, because you are going to select a county secretary who is going to sit in the cabinet, what is the best attributes or qualifications and experience will you be putting in mind when selecting such a candidate who will be sitting in the cabinet? Yes, thank you.
It's okay. Philip, you can answer to those, and then we will wind with the other two members.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will start with the questions that you asked yourself, Chairman. because you asked whether I am aware whether how the previous county secretary was removed from office. Then you went ahead to describe why he was impeached. Chairman, I want to share in your sentiments. I want to agree with you that that is the exact position of what transpired, other than what I also saw on social media that he had resigned. But I believe that this is what you've said, or rather I know for sure that what you have said is exactly what transpired. The previous CS carried himself in a manner that usurped his own powers, and as a result, he was impeached. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, sorry. There is also a question that was raised by both honorable members. 4 questions by both honorable members. I would like to answer them in close connection because they are more or less related. You've asked me to tell this honorable committee some of the duties and responsibilities of a county secretary. Mr. Chairman, the duties and functions, or rather responsibilities of the county secretary are enumerated under Section 44 of the County Governments Act. And one of the most important duty is for the county secretary to coordinate the activities of the CEC, that is the County Executive Committee, to manage the business, the daily business of the CEC and minute the same. That means he is responsible for minuting the activities of the CEC. And also, he is also the person responsible for communicating the decisions of the CEC to other relevant authorities or other external persons. Chairman, the county secretary is also responsible, basically, in a nutshell, in coordinating the county executive committee. And the same is enumerated under Section 44 of the County Governments Act. The Honorable MC has also asked me what are the factors that I will put in place in order to ensure that this person is the suitable person. Chairman, mine, as you've clearly indicated, I'm here on behalf of the Law Society of Kenya, and to just ensure that this particular candidate is compliant with the law and what the law requires. I'm sure there are previous other members who have been interviewed who represent various sectors of this life. Mine is purely on the legal aspect, and to see whether this particular candidate meets the qualification. One of the qualification, of course, Chairman, is whether he meets Section 6 of the Constitution. Chapter 6, Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity. That is the first basic requirement. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this particular candidate must be aware of the Public Officers Ethics Act. There is a legislation called Public Officer Ethics Act, and he should be aware of what is required of him. Some things like conflict of interest, some things like financial probity of this particular candidate must be taken into consideration, so that this particular candidate has to declare what he has, and that all that is captured in the Public Officer and Ethics Act, which is one of the legislations that I believe this intended candidate requires to know. Also, the candidate must also be aware of what the County Government Act says in terms of responsibilities, his or her responsibilities, and also the manner in which he or she can be removed from office, and so forth and so on. So mine is just to gauge this particular candidate to see has he met the criteria, Chapter 6, you know, the Public Officers Ethics Act, and several other pieces of legislation, enabling pieces of legislation. So that is how I will be able to handle that. The other question was, how will I be able to handle the conflict of interest? Chairman, you're very right that the person who might be the intended CS might be a relative or might be a friend. I want to declare before this committee, because I was on oath yesterday, that I do not intend to select a candidate based on such consideration as friendship or being a relative or kinship. As I've indicated earlier, mine is purely on whether this person meets the criteria that is required by the law, Chapter 6, Public Officer Ethics Act, and other enabling statutes. So those are the parameters that I will personally use to gauge the candidate. Any other consideration, I want to declare that I will never be interested in using parameters such as relations and friendship to qualify or disqualify that particular candidate. You've also asked me how I will deal with an external influence, like the appointing authority. The chairman, you know, I'm not here because of an appointing authority or because of favor or something like that, so that I need to dance to the tune of the appointing authority. That is not the position. That is not the position. As you can clearly see, I am qualified, and my academic testimonials are before you. I'm also an advocate of the High Court, reputable. I've handled some of the most high-profile cases in this country, and the same has been all over news, has been all over the media. I have also been a member of the task force which came up with a very good recommendation on the multinationals. So my CV speaks for itself, and I'm the son of the soil. I've been hardworking. I've really put in a lot of hard work to be here today. So the issue of external influence will not arise. I will stick to professionalism, and all these candidates, we will come up with a checklist of what they need to.
Wakili, just allow me to just inquire something. While you made Honorable Siele was not there yesterday, and he was trying to even ask me, this is a youth. You're below 35 years, eh?
Yes.
You can confirm. Yes. But then, you know, based on the requirement from the County Governments Act, we are supposed to have a non-public officer to be the chairperson. We need a member of a professional body. That is one. We have one. We need to have an advocate of the High Court, which is you. Despite the fact that you are a youth, you are representing that body, that you are a legal person. We have somebody representing the private sector. Now, just based on the issue you are handling now, the influence from external bodies or authorities, you know, you are lucky twice. You are part of the multinationals team. That team that were picked to be able to come up with that report. How lucky are you twice? Or what was the criteria they used to pick you for this one now? I don't want to talk about the other one because we never vetted you. And again, it was the governor solely who settled on you and on those other members. Now, tell this committee, how was the appointing authority able to settle on you? Actually, for the second time now. Are you the luckiest?
Thank you very much, Chairman. So I was on course to finish what Honorable Korea had asked me, but I don't know whether I should now.
Actually, it brings both, because suppose the governor handpicked you. Actually, what I'm simply asking for, then it means you'll serve the interest of the governor in this process.
No, Chairman. Chairman, if I may answer you, as I've said, and I want to reiterate the same, that my CV speaks for itself. I'm a resident of this county. I was born and raised in Bureti constituency. And based on that alone, I qualified to make an application to work for the county or even otherwise. Chairman, I do not want to say that I'm lucky. I am very hardworking, Chairman, as you can see, and my CV is there, my credentials are there for all to see. Chairman,
Honorable Cielo wants to ask something. Just bear with us, because this has to be clear.
To interject on what Wakil is answering, mine is considering the age. In most cases, when you are in a panel of mostly seniors, the age is also considered. So are you going to be influenced by the seniors, considering that you are still under youth?
Are you?
Are you going to be influenced by the seniors? That is why you are seniors, considering your age. Because from the list that we have seen here, you are the only one who is under 35. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the issue of age should not be emphasized, because you know, the Constitution is very clear on what people should not be discriminated based on marital status or color, or even age, under Article 27.
Or even Christianity.
Or even the religion, yes. So, Chairman, I don't think that my age should really be my undoing. I never chose to be that age, Chairman. It is just that I work hard.
In fact, you should be able to tell let me inform my colleague, you have 2 degrees.
Yes, Mr. Yeah, Chairman.
The political science one, and so you're hardworking indeed.
Absolutely. And I've even brought even the transcript. You can see how
I've seen it.
I've studied very, very hard. I used to burn the midnight oil to be where I am. So the issue of age and experience should not be an issue.
Correct.
Because all I'm doing is that I just read the Constitution and the requirements of the law and subject this candidate to those requirements, if the candidate meets them or not.
Correct.
As simple as that.
Correct.
Whether I am old enough to be the one asking or not, Chairman.
Actually, I was not disputing about the age or the qualification. I was just asking, are you going to be influenced?
No, the worry of the member was you are the only one under 35, and the next nominee is 41 years. So you appear the youngest, but you've stated rightfully that in terms of merit, you know, you are able to, you will discharge your function. He was worried. He was telling me we have a youth who is going to interview a very senior person who is going to hold this position, but I think you've been able to answer that. I want you to answer the other one, the conflict, not the influence from external forces. And I'm asking you, you've been picked twice by the governor to undertake an assignment for him. And by the way, this one also, though it's a requirement by law, it is him who submitted the names to this assembly. Yes. Again, I don't want you to even use the fact that you're coming from Bureti. We vetted a while ago an advocate of the High Court from Bomet, not from Kericho, who is going to be part of the selection panel for the Public Service Board members and the chairman. So one, I want you to convince this committee that you have nothing to do with the governor. You have not even the governor, the appointing authority, because we are looking for the county secretary who is going to streamline
the office that particular person is going to hold in this county.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to repeat again that I have no connections with the governor, and it will even be unfair to discuss him in this, because he does not have the audience to answer that. He should have been here to tell us why he picked me. But to the best of my knowledge, I have submitted before this committee purely on merit. Purely on merit. And when I was in the task force, I think someone must have discovered my legal prowess and my research skills, and that is why they wanted me again. Because if you look at the recommendation that we did, I can assure this committee, we did a fantastic job. And I think as a result of that, and even the Honorable Korir was one of the people who gave a very robust opinion on that, and we captured in the recommendation. And I think those are the things that informed the kind of selection that we need in this in this panel. Purely merit. As to other factors, I want to dismiss the same here. There is no correlation that I have with the governor, and I do not want to discuss him because it will not be fair for him to be discussed in this particular, whether why he chose me. It is only best known to him. But from where I sit, from my own understanding, and I want to allay any fears of this committee, from where I sit, I do not have any, I'm not conflicted as such. I will discharge those duties purely on merit.
I think well answered. You can proceed to any other, if any question that you've not answered.
Yes, Chairman. There is one question which I received from Honorable Korir, which he said, suppose we select the county secretary, and then I discovered later from the news that he has not been selected by the assembly.
He has not been approved by the assembly.
He has not been
that
approved.
Is rejected.
Sorry, yes, he has not been approved. Of course, Chairman, you see the appointment process of the county secretary side that the governor appoints, and then it is approved by the assembly. I have never in my mind doubted the capacity and the ability of this assembly. If you see, for us is only to do a checklist of what is required, legally speaking, from where I stand, from my proposition of this person. But as to the experience, as to the age of this person, as to whether he's, even disclosure of his finances and so forth, that mandate lies with the county assembly. And if the county assembly says that this person is not qualified, then that is the position, because that is the work of the county assembly to come up with what is required. And that takes me to the question that also Korir raised. What are the requirements of this person? What do we need from this person? This person, first of all, if you look at section 44, it says that he must have a background in administration and management, and must also have 10 years experience. So those are the things I will be personally looking at. But other things which might not necessarily be clear, that one is for the county assembly to grill this person and make sure that he has all the necessary skills for that particular position. So I will not be surprised if the assembly rejects him. I mean, that is the duty of the assembly, and we respect the decision of the assembly.
So in a nutshell, you are simply saying that even as you conduct the interviews, there is that aspect of due diligence from your end.
Absolutely.
Of course, you cannot let something that you ought to have intercept, come to the other side for us to reject the nominee. Then again, you know the process. It will then go back to the governor, pick again among maybe the two, or how many. You are supposed to send two to governor for one to be sent here.
Absolutely.
Or the two. Yeah?
Absolutely. Yes.
So then the governor will have to go back again for another one, bring it here. If the house rejects, then you'll have done a very bad job.
Chairman, I'm in no way admitting that we are going to do a shoddy job. I'm just saying that I respect also this assembly. I respect the assembly because there is also the parameters that they are going to use. This is not the first time the assembly is vetting the county secretary. You even have the benefit of experience and so forth and so on. But I can assure you from where we sit, especially from the legal perspective, I will never leave anything to chance, because I must make sure this person has met all the legal requirements. Other issues will also be dealt with by the assembly.
That is the commitment this committee wanted from you.
Absolutely.
Because initially you had thrown some responsibility to us, but you've clarified.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other question that you've not answered, or you've answered all?
I think I've answered all, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other question from any member? I want to give you this opportunity to make your closing remarks, and you can say anything else that you wish to say. I'll give you 2 minutes. Now that you know we belong to the same university, so I'm very proud of you appearing before this panel.
Thank you, Chair.
You must have even found me as I exited.
Okay, Chair.
So let me give you 2 minutes as an alumni, but I'm not saying I'm endorsing you already. Please.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you very much. Once again, I want to apologize for what happened yesterday, and secondly, I want to really thank this panel, of course, with your chairmanship, because you have given me another chance to appear before you. Chairman, all I can say is that I will deliver and I will execute my duties without fear of favor, or even without any coercion or even external influence. I want to undertake to this committee that I will act in a very professional and diligent manner in order to execute. The position of a county secretary is not a mean position. It requires consensus, whereas we might be the ones to vet these people, but it cannot only be the selection panel. Even the county assembly has to participate, and that is the spirit that will take this county, this great county, forward. Other than that, Chairman, I want to thank you. I want to sincerely really thank you, the entire panel, for listening to me and giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Philip Langat. At this point in time, we've come to an end of our resumption of proceedings from yesterday. I want to request the Sergeant at Arms ensure the national identity, not even the passport. I saw there's an abstract here. You lost your ID.
Yes. I discovered today morning while I was in Nairobi that my ID was missing, so I rushed to Kasarani police station and acquired an abstract from the Kenya police, which also shows the commitment that I have with this committee and also the seriousness with which I take this exercise.
Thank you so much indeed. In fact, we were told by one you are on the road dashing here.
Yes.
You've done well. Yes. We wish you well. We will sit as a committee, we'll retreat to do a report, and I'm sure as committee members led by our able chairman, the Honorable Speaker, we will definitely consider your nomination. I want to request the Sergeant at Arms escort the nominee. There is a cup of tea. Maybe you never had lunch with us here, but you can have a cup of tea.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. You're welcome.